We're looking. Fox weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross joins us right now. Brian, you're a hurricane expert, and listen, we've been talking to you a lot this year. I feel like maybe too much. I love seeing you, but man, this is
we're into overtime now, Bob.
Exactly.
Yeah, we've got kind of a combination of non-tropical November type stuff going on, and then we still have a pocket of real tropical weather. So you can see this from this big system up in the North Atlantic down here to the Northern Caribbean. That's a front that's been hanging there. That's non-tropical. That's kind of November stuff pushing south. But then we have this pocket of tropical weather on down to the south. So the combination is, well, you know, what we're going to have to deal with here. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look, first of all, what's going on in the Caribbean. We have these two areas that the National Hurricane Center is designating. This one up here, you can kind of make out there's some rotation in the atmosphere, but that's not really at the surface, and it involves an upper level system, and it involves a front. So all this non-tropical stuff going on with that. This is the one down here that is actually in a tropical atmosphere, and we don't have any kind of significant rotation with that yet. But the computer models do analyze that and see a broad area of circulation down here. And the idea is that eventually these two systems kind of get together, but it's going to take some days for that to happen. And then we have the possibility of a tropical depression and maybe even a tropical storm. But right now, you can see there's scattered thunderstorms is about all that we have there. But the Hurricane Center says that once all this happens up in this area somewhere here in the central or the Western Caribbean, 70% chance that we're going to get at least a tropical depression. And there's also a decent possibility that if it does all come together, that it will become a tropical storm, at least for a while. We'll look at more of that in a second. And then this other area here with only a 10% chance of it becoming a tropical depression, but there's a lot of moisture with it, and it's going to spread over all these islands up in here. I'll show you that on the computer model here. Take a look at how the model analyzes the moisture and the dryness in the atmosphere. First of all, this big tongue of moisture here. Notice nothing organized about it, and there's no circulation there. And down here is just a lot of tropical moisture. This is the pocket of a real kind of summertime-y tropical atmosphere, but it's stuck down there in the Southern Caribbean. And then up to the north, we have all this dry air here. So whatever happens, the system is going to be pushing against dry air, which is going to be one of the factors, I think, that will keep it somewhat under control, even if it does manage to develop. So going forward in time, here we are watching the upper left here. That's Sunday now. Notice not a whole lot of movement here. Dry air coming in this way, moisture coming up that way, and this system just dragging moisture there over the islands. It may turn out to be that the impact of all this tropical moisture on those mountainous islands ends up being the biggest thing with this system. Certainly, they have flood watches out in effect in Puerto Rico, and they're going to be watching for significant rainfall here as these two systems can impact those islands. All right, moving forward in time, now we're on Tuesday. Notice this northern system just kind of gets merged into this circulation that's forming in the Caribbean. Here comes the moisture to the north, impacting the islands. Here comes the dry air down from the south. So it's still not anything like an ideal atmosphere there. And then watch the time go forward. Now we're into Thursday, up into the Gulf of Mexico, dragging some moisture with it, but pushing up against this dry air coming down over here, and lots of dry air kind of pushing in this way. So it's in the little pocket there. And yes, the computer forecasts indicate the possibility that it becomes a tropical storm in this part of the Gulf of Mexico. I'm not using the name yet because there's another system in the North Atlantic that could get a name first. So this is going to be Patty or Raphael, depending on what order things develop, if they both actually do develop. Here you see the upper level winds where that system will be nominally, remember, plus or minus. If it's over here, they're somewhat more hostile. If it's over here, they're somewhat more conducive. You notice the strong winds are kind of going up and around like this, and there's a pocket in there that could be conducive enough for the system to develop into a decent tropical storm. But these upper level winds over the coast up here are forecast to remain essentially there. So if it does move in the direction of the Gulf Coast, it's likely to encounter them, plus the dry air, plus the fact the Gulf isn't as warm as it was when we had Helene and Milton. It's down to about average, or maybe even a little below average, because of that cold front that came down and cooled off the southeastern U.S. So Bob and Michael, that's where we are with this one. This is going to just be a slow process of development here over the next few days.
Yeah. All right, Brian.
Interesting to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Brian, thank you very much. We're going to get that 2 o'clock update too pretty soon, so we'll get back with you on that as well.
And we go to Carroll County. The defense in the Delphi murders case had its first full day of witness testimony. IT-Mate's Kyla Russell joins us live after following the case inside the courtroom today and hearing testimony about Richard Allen's condition in confinement. Kyla?
Yeah, Tim. So today we heard from the director of behavioral health from the Indiana Department of Correction. Now, she didn't work directly to care for Richard Allen, but she oversaw a team that helped care for Richard Allen. She expressed her concern many times about exactly how Richard Allen was being treated inside of the Westville Correctional Facility, specifically saying, you know, he was in solitary confinement there for 13 months. And she said, you know, she didn't know why that was the case, and that it would certainly contribute to the decomposing of an inmate's mental health. Now, she also said that it's the department's policy not to hold an inmate for over 30 days in solitary confinement if they have a severe mental illness. She also said she agreed with Richard Allen's lead psychologist, who we heard from just a few days ago, that even if Richard Allen was faking those concerning signs of psychosis, that it ultimately did not matter, because it got to a point where he was truly deteriorating. Now, also, she said she was particularly concerned about Allen being taped on video at all times within his cell, and also every moment outside of his cell there at Westville.
And Kyla, there are questions about a video the defense wants to show the jury.
Yeah, there was this interesting back and forth between the prosecution and the defense today. You know, the defense wants to show this video of Richard Allen, I guess really a series of videos of Richard Allen inside of that Westville cell, and also outside of that Westville cell at the peak of his mental health crisis. And I mean, it was an interesting kind of thing. There were several sidebars, and the prosecution was clearly upset by them trying to admit that into evidence. We had several breaks, and ultimately Initially, it looked like Special Judge Frangol was going to admit at least part of that video, maybe some of it without audio. But then after the prosecution sort of asked a few questions to the defense's witness, it was revealed that, you know what, the video did not have the timestamps that Special Judge Frangol needed to be able to admit it. So the defense indicated they likely will try to show that video later on in the trial, but so far we haven't seen it, and we likely will here in the coming days.
All right, News 8's Kyla Russell, thank you. If you miss any of News 8's coverage of the Delphi murders trial, we've made it easy to catch up. Just grab your phone, scan this QR code. That will take you to wishtv.com, where you can dive into the details of every key moment from the trial.
And welcome. Let's do a little sound check. Just a moment. All right. Seems like we are rolling. So welcome to you. It's Friday night, November 1st here in the Prof universe. And if you're on the replay, who knows when it is. But God bless you. Thanks for being here. And welcome on in. Welcome on in. Now, before we get started, I'd like to say hello to everyone in the chat and welcome or ask everyone who's lurking to join the chat. It's fun in the chat, so please join the chat. With that being said, let me say hello to everyone, and we'll get started. Let's see who we got here. Say what? Okay, welcome in. Welcome in, say what? Welcome in, Court of Public Opinion. There you go. File your complaints here. Check out the email addresses. Go ahead, hit them up. All right. Dawn Steele, welcome. All right. Who else we got here? David Rogers. What's up, Mr. David Rogers? Come on in. Lisa. What's up, Lisa? What's up, David Clayton? Another David. What's up, Davids? All right, Nikki Bobby, what up? Finally made it to live. Well, you are welcome here. And Amy, what's up? Babby Lash, what's up with you? All right, and we got Sunflower Soul. Hey, where the hell is everyone else at? Did you guys not see I was coming live? Is it too late? Is it too late in the day? Good evening, says Dennis. What's up, Dennis? Another late night I won't make much of, sadly. Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. But I guess it's too late in the evening for a lot of people. All right. Tracy Fleetwood, what up, Tracy? Welcome in. Hola, hola, hola. Okay, what's up, Steve? You are the best, Steve. Thanks for being nice here. Let's see. Digital, what up? Good to see everyone. Have to lurk until I get off work. Do you realize that rhymes? What? Okay. Oh, is Andrea still on? Is that the issue? Well, who knew? But she goes way too fucking long. I mean, lady, do you need to go 6 or 7 or 8 hours? We can get it all in 2 or 3 hours. But God bless her. I have something for you tonight. So on that note, okay. Ellen West. What up, Ellen? All right. So y'all, welcome in. And if you're in the Lurker crew, come on and join. And please share this or something. Let's get some people in here. I don't know where everyone is tonight. You know how the algorithm goes. Some days it'll get you 400 in here. Some days it'll get you 4. But welcome in, everyone. And gee, should I start off? Yeah, I should. Let me just get my butt in gear, okay? All right. How about the fire chief who said there's no clothes in the creek during the search? I know, David. Slow down, brother. Slow down. Yeah, we're getting there. No, yeah. Shit, let's do it now then. How was today? How was today? A lot today, right? We had Lesenby agree. He always thought it was more than one until Richard Allen was charged with kidnapping. And a question for you. If there's no one else involved, and if they have Bridge Guy, why is Bridge Guy and the sketch of the young guy still on the FBI website and the ISP Delphi Murders website as the Delphi murder suspect who they are looking for? They're still at the bar. Yeah, I know. Okay. Jeez, man. You know what? Some days I'm just a little too forward, and I feel like that today. I feel like today that I want to go berserker. Okay, I want to go berserker. Let's see what I can do here. I'm trying to access something to give to you guys. Oh my gosh, what the hell here? Come on. Does it have to be this difficult? Oh, geez, dude. All right. We're slow going, but don't worry. Do not worry. Oh, man. This will be a lot, but let me continue to say hello to everyone before we get started. Fabulash kidnapping equals Amber Alert. No Amber Alert. All right. What's up, Margaret? Welcome in. And Chartreuse Cat, welcome in. Rebecca Ann, welcome in. Sunflower Soul says hello. Welcome in, everyone. Happy Friday. Today is called Prof's Friday Night Real Talk and Check-In. So we'll be having some real talk, and the check-in. I've already had one of my one of the friends I meant to check in with. He's already told me he's going to bed early, so that's a done deal. So we're already down one check-in. So can't do anything about that, but he's going to get some rest. So we'll let him get his rest. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. All right. Okay, so what we have is that just a moment. So this will be the deal. First thing we'll do, I feel like doing her a service because she's been positive for as far as getting information out of this courtroom, because as you know, our unhinged evil judge, Fran Gull, Frigid Franny, as Snake calls her, is not allowing transparency or the public access to this courtroom or to these exhibits. So, as you know, Andrea is helping with that, among others, and she has decided to help us out here. So what we'll do is we'll read some of this. I'll do her the favor, since she took the time to write it. I'll take the time to read it. Okay. So let's see. Dennis McKean says, hello, Rebecca. All right. Steve's, can anyone please expand on Cecil deposition about the steps from to the bridge? Yeah, I did that last night. Was it last night or was it yesterday? I've done so much that I can't even tell you without going look. Okay, when did I do that? I called it holes in the states case. Okay, so you know what I'll do? Before I get into this, I'll pin it here for you, Mr. Steve. So let me grab that for you, because I like to do these on the fly to be of maximum service to you guys as well. So let's see. Holes in the states case. Here we go. I'll give this to you. I addressed that on this live stream here, in which I go through the entire prosecution's presentation and I poke holes where I saw it was fitting. And that's included. So let me quickly, though, I can quickly just explain here. Let's see. Because there were a couple points. You're asking about the steps, so let's cover that. Okay. I tell you what, I feel like I'm sleeping already. And it's because I'm tired. Pardon me. All right. Are you able to see that, Mr. Steve? Okay, it says from about 1:30 p.m. to about 2:08 p.m. Apple Health data noted 1,682 steps. 1:30 to 2:08. Okay. But you know what's interesting about that is, according to the state's timeline, Kelsey dropped those girls off approximately 147, 149, somewhere in that range, right? So it's already not making sense. Although the FBI has always, or has said initially, but through Nicole Robertson's search warrant application for old Ron Logan in March of 2017, that they arrived approximately 1 p.m. Well, for all these years, the family has said approximately 1:30 p.m., right? Until this PCA for Richard Allen came out and they realized that they were on film, or that allegedly Kelsey's car was on camera at 147, 148, 149, in that range. They changed it to that time. Well, what's interesting about this is it says from 1:30 to 2:08, Apple Health data noted 1,682 steps. Isn't that odd? Isn't that odd? Which would bring you back to, yeah, maybe was it 1:30 or was it 1? Who knows, right? And then from 2:08 to 2:18, 414.38 meters. Why do we switch from meters from steps to meters? Can anyone explain that one? Why do we why do we switch from steps data to meters? I don't get why that. But this was the point I brought out yesterday, is the elevation change, okay? From 231 to 232. That means right then there's an extreme change of elevation of 2 levels. And I postulated yesterday, and more than a postulate, it's more like a actual deduction of fact. What I deduced was that obviously it must have been 2 floors of descent, because we know where it lands is on that damn near creek level at Ron Logan's, and we know that there's no way you're going up from the creek up 2 stories, right? So it must be because that where they're found is basically the lowest ground other than the bottom of the creek, which is only 4-5 feet lower. So you would assume that 2 levels of elevation change has to be descent. And I speculated it's probably from the cemetery down to the crime scene, or it's from the other side of the ravine up at the trail split down to the crime scene. So hope that covers it for you. And then at 2:32, the phone doesn't move again, which is very odd, isn't it? But that's what we got on that. And hopefully you go check out that live if you'd like, where I went into that. All right, so what else we have? Rebby Lee, thank you for the super chat. Rebby Lee says, lurking but here. Hey, everyone. Hey, Prof. Thanks for your continued work for justice and truth for Abby and Libby. And Richard, let the truth reign supreme. Appreciate to the nth degree. Thank you, Rebby Lee. Rebby Lee, thank you very much. Let me say, please support the channel, ladies and gentlemen. Let me put the banner up. There you go. Those are my support pathways. Thank you so much, Rebby Lee, for the super chat. Really appreciate that. That helps us keep going. Let's see. Andrea, it's great, but she'll burn out if she continues at maximum output. I agree. I agree. That's my advice as well. That yeah. But I understand. Okay, I understand how it is. Amy says, hello, everyone. All right. Hello, Amy. Nobody, nothing. All right. What's up, nobody, nothing? All right. Hey, everybody. Everyone, we're live on both channels. Yes, yes. And you know why? Thanks to the support, I decided to upgrade my StreamYard to be able to stream to both channels simultaneously. So thank you to the supporters out there. You're making it nicer. All right. What's up, Cromley? What up, Cromley? All right. Now, listen. Hey, Jojo. What's up, Jojo? Jojo in the house. What's up, Adrian? Adrian's in the house. All right. So let me get back to Andre, okay? So here's my goal right now. I know it's a bit much, but I want to read for you here it is. Oh, man. Okay. Andrew's petition here. Here we go. Just give me a moment to clear my throat. All right. Richard Allen is currently standing trial in the Carroll County Circuit Court for the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. This case has captured global attention and interest, with tens, if not hundreds of thousands of members of the public around the world praying for this trial to bring justice to Abigail Williams and Liberty German, as well as peace and closure to the families of the victims and the community of Delphi, Indiana. But in spite of this overwhelming public interest and in contradiction to fundamental principles of transparency in court proceedings and accountability of government, the court has cloaked this process in secrecy from its inception. Today, this inexplicable hostility to the openness of criminal proceedings, a principle enshrined in the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, has culminated in the court's decisions to improperly bar portions of the public from access to parts of the trial while providing privileged access to others, and to unlawfully deny public access to court records generated in the course of the trial under Indiana's rule on access to court records. In his letter appointing Edmund Randolph as the first Attorney General of the United States, George Washington expressed his conviction that, quote, the due administration of justice is the firmest pillar of good government. Close quotation. This petition seeks to restore a small measure of transparency to the trial of Richard Allen as mandated by the ICAR, Indiana Rules, Access of Court Records. so that the public can evaluate for itself the justice that is being administered in the Carroll County Circuit Court in this trial. Facts supporting this petition. Number one, trial in this case of State v. Richard Allen commenced on October 14, 2024 in Carroll County, Indiana. The Honorable Francis C. Gull is presiding. Point number two, prior to trial, representatives of media organizations requested access to view the exhibits admitted in the course of the trial. Judge Gull informed the media that the exhibits would not be made available for public viewing until after trial concluded, or if Mr. Allen were convicted, after sentencing. Number three, Judge Gull subsequently reconsidered her decision and entered an order permitting members of the media to view the exhibits for 15 minutes at the conclusion of each trial day. The order makes no provision for any member of the public to view the exhibits under the same conditions as the media. Many of the exhibits are being published to the jury by providing individual copies, such that these exhibits are not displayed in the courtroom and cannot be viewed by trial attendees seated in the gallery. 4, I have attended the trial each day as a member of the public. I am an attorney licensed in Washington and Oregon who provides legal commentary on a variety of internet platforms, and I have been covering and analyzing the trial of Richard Allen. Although my coverage reaches tens of thousands of viewers because I operate independently of traditional news media outlets, I do not qualify as, quote, media under Indiana law. Number 5, public attendance at the trial is limited to 24 seats. Because of the extensive public interest in the case, competition for the seats requires those who wish to attend to arrive the night before or early in the morning of trial and camp in line on the courthouse steps. One individual from the local community informed me that there are many locals who have been deeply affected by this crime who wish to attend, but are deterred from doing so by the crowds and the conditions that must be endured in order to gain access to the courtroom. Accordingly, I sought to obtain copies of the audio recordings of the trial in the belief that allowing the public direct access to the record of proceedings will alleviate the necessity to attend trial in order to be informed about what is transpiring, thus easing the chaos that is characterizing public trial attendance, restoring the dignity of the proceeding, and improving the local community's opportunities to attend in person. Number 6, beginning on October 18th, 2024, Judge Gull made the trial exhibits available for inspection by credentialed members of the media attending the trial by placing them on a table in front of the jury box and inviting them into the well to view them. On October 19, 2024, a member of the public attempted to view the exhibits on the same conditions as the media. Judge Gull refused to allow the individual to view the exhibits and ordered her to leave. In light of Judge Gull's, number 8, in light of Judge Gull's actions excluding the non-media individual from access to the exhibits, and because I am not, quote, media within the meaning of the October 16, 2024 order, I became concerned that if I sought to view the exhibits, which, as court records, are presumptively available to the public for inspection and copying, I would be excluded from the courtroom entirely. 9, because of my concerns about the local community's inability to attend the trial and the exclusion of some members of the public from viewing the exhibits that others are allowed to inspect, I filed a motion requesting copies of the audio recordings of the trial pursuant to Indiana Criminal Procedure Rule 5 and ACR 3, and parity in access to the trial exhibits on the same terms and conditions as was being afforded to credentialed media members pursuant to ACR 2A. 10. Judge Gold denied my motion the following day, holding that Indiana Trial Rule 74D, a rule that expressly applies only to civil proceedings, prohibits the release of the audio recordings to me because I am not a party to the case. Judge Gold dismissed, prematurely I might add, my request for parity in access to the trial exhibits as, quote, merely a complaint about how she is conducting the trial. "11. I bring this petition requesting this honorable court to compel Judge Gull and the Carroll County Circuit Court to comply with the ACR and provide the requested copies of audio recordings and access to the trial exhibits." Jurisdictional statements and original action standards. Number 12. This court has jurisdiction over this petition as an original action. See Indiana Original Action Rule 1A. 13. This application has been made expeditiously after the respondent court's failure to act when it had a duty to do so became an issue. 14. The respondent court has failed to act when it had a duty to act by denying public access to the audio recordings of the trial that constitute a publicly accessible court record, and by excluding ordinary members of the public from access to view the trial exhibits that has been granted to credentialed members of the news media, contrary to the express provisions of the ACR. See State ex rel Commons v. Para. State ex rel Seal versus Madison Superior Court. All right. 15, because the trial is ongoing, each day that Judge Gull's orders remain in effect impose a continuing harm on the public's rights of access to the trial proceedings. Moreover, because my request for limited intervention was denied, I am not a party to the case and lack standing to appeal. See, for example, Kelly v. State, and cases cited therein, State v. Bergman, holding that the Indiana State Police lacked standing to appeal an order of expungement as it was not a party to the criminal conviction. Consequently, the denial of this petition will result in extreme hardship to the rights of the public, and there is no adequate remedy available by appeal. 16. Rule 2A of the Rules of Procedure for Original Actions contains a required condition precedent that the subject matter of the original action must be raised and ruled on by the trial court prior to the filing of an original action. This matter was brought to the trial court by motion, and the trial court ruled on the motion, making the issue ripe for this proceeding. Grounds for writ of mandamus. 17. Original actions provide extraordinary remedies and, quote, will be issued only where the trial court has an absolute duty to act or refrain from acting, close quotation. State ex rel Commons v. Para, writs are appropriate for cases that strike at the heart of, quote, public trust in the integrity of the judicial process. And State ex rel Kurtz v. Delaware Circuit Court, this case meets these standards. ACR number 18, ACR 1 provides that ACR governs access to public records and applies to everyone who creates a court record. Under ACR 3A, a, quote, court record, close quote, includes a case record, and a case record is, quote, any document, information, data, or other item created, collected, received, or maintained by a court agency, or clerk of court in connection with a particular case, close quotation. under ACR 3B. Number 19, Indiana Rules of Criminal Procedure Rule 5. Every court exercising criminal jurisdiction in the state must arrange and provide for the electronic recording or stenographic reporting, quote, of any and all oral evidence and testimony given in all cases and hearings, including both questions and answers, all rulings of the judge in respect to the admission and rejection of evidence and objections thereto, and any other oral matters occurring during the hearing in any proceeding, close quotation. If the court does not prepare a transcription of the proceeding, then the electronic recording is to be maintained as a court record for 55 years in felony cases, such as Mr. Allen's prosecution for murder. 20. Under the combined effect of these rules, the electronic recording is a case record that is subject to public disclosure under the provisions of the ACR. 21. ACR 4A provides that court records are generally accessible to the public, and ACR 4B states that this rule of accessibility applies to all court records, regardless of format. ACR 4C permits the court to manage access to the audio recordings to prevent substantial interference with the resources or operations of the court, or to comply with the rules on public broadcasting of court proceedings that are not applicable to this request, but specifically provides that this rule may not operate to deny any person access to a court record. 22, quote, public access includes the right to both inspect a copy of a court record under ACR. To both inspect and copy a court record under ACR Rule 3F. 23, providing a digital copy of the file as requested requires little to nothing more than dragging and dropping a file that has already been created onto a data storage medium I have offered to provide at my own expense for that purpose, or onto a cloud-based storage medium such as Google Drive or Dropbox that can be typically accessed by establishing a free account. No substantial interference with the court's operations would result. 24. In the order denying the motion to intervene and for public access to court records, Judge Go ignores the foregoing provisions and instead cites Indiana Trial Rule 74D, which is inapplicable on its face. By express provision, the Indiana trial rules apply only to civil actions, not a criminal action such as the case at issue. See Indiana Trial Rule 1, quote, except as otherwise provided, these rules govern the procedures and practice in all courts of the state of Indiana in all suits of a civil nature, close quote. 25, under the express provisions of the ACR, Judge Go has an absolute duty to provide a copy of the electronic recordings if doing so does not substantially interfere with the operation of the court. Under the proposed mechanism for providing the copies, the time and expense and the copy request imposes is trivial. 26, the ACR further establishes procedures governing the sealing of trial exhibits. Under ACR 7A, any exhibit to be excluded from public access must be accompanied by a separate written notice identifying a specific ground under Rule 5 for sealing the record. No such notices have been filed concerning the trial exhibits in this case. 27, indeed, Judge Gull has already permitted certain members of the public to view the exhibits at the end of each court day, but she has limited this access to the credentialed members of the media, thereby creating a privileged class of individuals who are receiving greater access to court records than others. 28, all persons are to have access to court records under ACR 2A. Nothing in the rules contemplates preferred access or excluding some members of the public from access that is being freely afforded to others. 29, having established a procedure for inspection of the trial court exhibits, Judge Go has an absolute duty under ACR 2A to provide the same access to all members of the public who are present in the courtroom and wish to inspect them. 30, although these requirements are clear and unambiguous and were brought to the attention of Judge Gull, she has refused to fulfill the obligations the rule imposes on her to provide the requested public access. Issuance of a writ of mandamus is appropriate and necessary to compel compliance with the ACR. Statement of precise relief sought. Relator respectfully requests that a permanent writ of mandamus be issued, 1, mandating that Judge Gull and the Carroll County Circuit Court provide digital copies of the electronic recordings of the trial proceedings in this matter of State v. Richard Allen, Carroll County Circuit Court cause, and 2, mandating that Judge Gull and the Carroll County Circuit Court provide equal access on comparable terms and conditions to view exhibits admitted in the above referenced trial to all members of the public present in the courtroom at the time of the viewing. All right. Just one moment, please. Relator's brief in support of petition. Introduction. Since the day that the state of Indiana first charged Richard Allen with murdering Abigail Williams and Liberty German for more than 5 years earlier, the proceedings have been shrouded in secrecy. From the prosecutor's effort to seal the entire probable cause affidavit establishing his basis for charging Mr. Allen to the trial court's exclusion of dozens of documents from the publicly accessible chronological case summary until after an original action was filed challenging it. The lack of transparency afforded to this case has contributed to a lack of trust in the justice that is being administered in this criminal prosecution. Now that Mr. Allen is standing trial, the public appetite for information about what is transpiring and the nature of the evidence against him is only growing. But because the trial court continues to exclude portions of the process from the public access required by Indiana rules on access to court records, direct information is limited to a few individuals who are able to obtain seating in the courtroom each day. And even those individuals who are enduring significant hardships to attend the trial are being excluded from viewing court records, to which access is being provided on a privileged basis only to credentialed members of the news media. The status quo is untenable, contrary to law, and is undermining the public's trust in the fairness of the trial. A writ is appropriate, and in this case, badly needed to restore public trust in the integrity of the judicial process. Factual background: Richard Allen is currently standing trial for the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. This trial has garnered substantial public interest, but because the trial court has denied media requests to broadcast the proceedings, direct information is available to non-media individuals only if they are able to secure one of 24 scant seats in the courtroom that are being made available for the public. This competition for access has created a chaotic environment outside of the courthouse the night before each trial day, as hopeful attendees line up overnight to try to obtain a seat. In addition, those who are able to attend are kept in the dark about portions of the trial process. Exhibits admitted at trial are often not displayed in court in a manner that renders them visible to all of the audience members in attendance. The trial court has permitted credentialed members of the media to enter the well of the courtroom after each day's session to review that day's exhibits for 15 minutes at the conclusion of each trial day. But the trial court has barred ordinary members of the public from the same access, going as far as to order an individual who attempted to view the exhibits without media credentials to leave. As a member of the public and an advocate for transparency and accessibility in court proceedings, I filed a motion requesting that the trial court provide copies of the electronic recording of the proceedings for each day of trial and to permit members of the public in attendance at the trial to view the exhibits under the same conditions that have been afforded to the credentialed media. The trial court denied my motion without addressing the applicable provisions of the ACR and relying on a civil trial rule that is expressly inapplicable to this criminal trial. Grounds for writ of mandamus. The access requested is not discretionary under the ACR, and the public's right to the access requested is clear and unequivocal. Moreover, there is no alternative avenue for the relief besides this original action. As demonstrated below, a writ is appropriate and should issue directing the trial court to provide the public access requested. Original actions provide extraordinary remedies, and accordingly, quote, writs of mandamus and prohibition will be issued only where the trial court has an absolute duty to act or refrain from acting, close quotation. Here, the trial court has an absolute duty to comply with the ACR in providing public access to court records that are not confidential. ACR 1A, quote, this rule applies to everyone who creates a court record as defined in Rule 3A. ACR 4A, a court record is available to the public except as provided in Rule 5, which establishes specific categories of records that are automatically exempt from disclosure, none of which applies to the subject request. Both the audio recordings of the trial and admitted exhibits are court records. Court records are defined to include, quote, case records, close quote, which consist of any documents, information, data, or other item created, collected, received, or maintained by a court, court agency, or clerk of court in connection with a particular case. The electronic audio recordings in a criminal case are governed by Indiana Criminal Procedure Rule 5. Which specifically defines them as court records required to be maintained for a specified number of years. Unlike Indiana Trial Rule 74D, which applies only to civil proceedings, the criminal rules do not restrict access to the electronic recordings to the parties to the case. Similarly, the ACR specifically acknowledges trial exhibits to be court records and permits them to be excluded from public access only if they are tendered or admitted with a separate written notice identifying the applicable ground for the exclusion from public access. See ACR 7A. Consequently, all of the materials requested are court records to which the public is entitled to access as a matter of law. With respect to the exhibits in particular, the trial court's procedure for allowing credentialed members of the media to inspect trial exhibits while excluding ordinary members of the public from the same access runs afoul of ACR 2A, which affords all persons the right to access court records as provided by the rule. Having established a procedure to provide limited inspection of the trial exhibits, there is no basis for this trial court to exclude some members of the public from access provided while granting privileged access rights to the press. Quoting Brensberg v. Hayes, it has generally been held that the First Amendment does not guarantee to the press a constitutional right of special access to information not available to the public generally. Let's repeat that. It has generally been held that the First Amendment does not guarantee the press a constitutional right of special access to information not available to the public generally. Also noting that the First Amendment right of access to criminal trials is a right held by the public, not the media. Because both the electronic audio recordings and the trial exhibits are court records, they must be subject to public access. ACR 4A and B, public access means that they both must be made available for inspection and copying. ACR 3F concerning the electronic recordings, the trial court's erroneous reliance on Trial Rule 74D is in direct conflict with ACR 4D, which prohibits the court from interpreting its court management authority to deny public access to electronic recordings. While the court does have some authority under ACR 4D to manage without denying public access so as to not substantially interfere with court operations or resources, the proposed access, providing a thumb drive to the court upon which to copy the electronic file or receiving a copy of the electronic file through a cloud-based digital storage service such as Google Drive or Dropbox, that offers free accounts is calculated to impose the minimum burden possible on the court while simultaneously permitting public access to the records. The public's right and the trial court's duty are clearly established by black letter law. Moreover, there is no adequate remedy besides the writ requested because there is no appellate remedy for the public in a criminal case due to lack of standing. See Kelly v. State and cases cited therein. Observing that, quote, the state and the defendant are the only two parties with standing in a criminal sentencing proceeding. And noting, quote, serious doubts that the recipient of a restitution order has standing to appeal. State v. Bergman, holding that the Indiana State Police lacked standing to appeal an order of expungement as it was not a party to the criminal conviction. Consequently, this original action provides the exclusive mechanism to correct the trial court's error and vindicate the right of the public to inspect the administration of justice in its courts as provided for in the ACRs. Conclusion: to restore the public's right of access to non-confidential court records, a writ of mandamus directing this trial court to provide the requested materials is appropriate and necessary. Respectfully submitted by Andrea Burkhart. Okay. So what is being said here? Let's review this, okay? Wow, so it's lack of balance and checks. Can they deny public access legally in a criminal proceeding based on civil proceeding rules? No. Yeah, she fucked up, okay? Gull fucked up, and pardon the French here. Okay. All right, just a moment. Okay, but she did a great job putting it together. Now, what are we discussing here? What did all that mean? What's being said here? So let's go back to some discussion about what this means. Okay. First point. Is the court allowed to give privileged access to the media only as representatives of the public and fulfill the responsibility for allowing public access by allowing media access in lieu of public access? Knowing that the media can use their privilege to spin or interpret in their own way. So let's just use a hypothetical example here. And please, we're not getting into politics, so don't make this about politics. Listen to the example, okay? Imagine, if you will, a criminal trial against Donald Trump. Under these circumstances, okay, where the public is not allowed access, only the media, okay? With the argument being that the media is representative of the people, and that by allowing access to the media, she is fulfilling the obligation to allow access to the public. Okay, well, let's just say that privileged access is only given to far left extremely far left individuals. So let's say she allows 10 credentialed media. And let's say every one of those 10 is a very far left leaning media credentialed person. Let's say they are the only ones allowed access to these records and to view these exhibits. And let's say the public at large, which would consist of how many millions of people? Let's say the entire population of the United States of America, for example. Tell you what. $335,893,000. Okay, let's round that up. Let's say 350 million people. So let's say the judge in this hypothetical case would allow 10 far left-leaning media personnel who are credentialed to be the only 10 access to this. And let's say these 10 then are tasked with reporting to the 350 million people in the United States of America. And those 350 million people are reliant upon those 10 credentialed media. Do you think that that would be open access to the court records and exhibits? And that the media, and do you think that the public would have trust and faith and confidence in the legal process given that scenario? I would bet that you'd have more than half the country losing their minds. Why? Because it's fundamentally unfair, because the reporting that would come from that would be fundamentally biased. Okay. So as an example, that's an extreme example, I think you may be able to understand what we're getting at here, because we are reliant upon those credentialed media personnel. And not only that, even if you remove the privileged access, if you would remove the privileged access of viewing exhibits, what does that leave you with? Okay, let's wipe the slate. Okay. All right, Prof, I know everyone's gotten upset now over politics. Okay, we wiped the slate on that. Let's wipe it. Let's say she wipes that slate and allows everyone in the courtroom, all 24, remember there's 24, all 24 in the courtroom. What if she allows them all access to the exhibits? Okay, well, that's fine. Well, now you've gone from the 10 credentialed personnel to 24. How much of a difference would that make? And that's what we're facing now, because even if every day we wait for individuals to come out of the court and give us the relation of what happened, as they relay what happened, remember, there's only 24 public seats in that court. There's only 24 seats in that court. I've already demonstrated to you that we are already getting biased coverage. Okay, we are already getting biased coverage because every human being has biases. Every organization has biases because organizations or corporations are built of humans. There is nothing but bias that is coming out of there. No matter how unbiased one might try to be, they still carry with them their own perspective lenses and natural biases, inherent biases, which is why, despite best efforts of some, we are only receiving conflicts and some conundrums and things that are not making sense by coming from different sources. So lack of transparency, shrouded in secrecy. As Andrea states, since the very beginning. And I thought it was interesting today, some of the coverage referencing the amount of destroyed evidence in this case. Actually, maybe it would be worth pulling up one of the clips that I saw, because it really is appalling. It really is appalling. For instance, if I'm able to get this. Yes, I think this is what it was. Let me play this for you and make sure this is what it was.
Let's shift things over right now to the Delphi murder trial. Today marks 2 weeks in the Delphi double murder trial of Richard Allen, who, as we know, is charged with killing Abby Williams and Libby German in 2017.
Now, this trial has shifted to Allen's defense after the prosecution rested their case on Thursday. So now the defense is trying to show the jury what life was like for Allen after his arrest, particularly focusing on so many of the confessions he gave while there in jail. Fox 59's Russ McQuaid has spent all day in this courtroom listening to that testimony. So, Russ, what is the defense starting to lay out for us here?
Well, you know, Richard Allen told his wife in prison phone calls in 2023 two things. One, that he felt he was going crazy, and two, that he killed Abby and Libby. Well, now the defense has taken the stage and says he's right on one count. He was losing his mind, but no, he didn't kill Abby and Libby, because when searchers went looking for them that night, they were nowhere to be found. It's the job of the defense team now to convince jurors that Richard Allen did not kill Libby and Abby. It's attempting to present evidence and witnesses that will portray the mindset of Allen months after his arrest, as he awaited trial in a maximum security prison, when he told his wife, "I feel like I'm already in hell." One prison psychiatrist testified that Allen suffered from severe mental illness and solitary confinement inside Westville Correctional Facility, where Dr. Deanna Dwenger, a prison psychologist, testified that even just faking symptoms, like the prosecutor is accusing Allen of doing, could be a sign of mental illness. But even someone who is faking will occasionally slip a true claim into their
This is not the one I want.
Such as when Allen told his wife he did kill Abby Williams and Libby German on February 13th, 2017. Defense witnesses testified this afternoon about what they didn't see that day.
Sorry, that wasn't.
Major story we're covering. We continue.
Sorry, that wasn't it. Let me make sure I get the right one, because I'm goofing around now. Russ McQuaid was not the one I was looking for. This is another guy. See, I'm not prepared for this, so I shouldn't even be doing it. But let's see. This was important. Now, I want to play it for you, because I should have had it prepared, because this earlier, it's a prime example. Oh, yeah, this is it. Okay, apologize for that.
Testimony has now ended in the Delphi murders trial. This marks the end of 2 weeks in the courtroom. This was the first full day of defense testimony. CBS 4's Max Lewis was in Delphi for another full day in court. Max, bring us up to speed. What did we learn today?
Hey, Bob, good evening. Well, it was the first full day of defense testimony, and I would have to say the defense probably didn't get off to the start that they would like. Let me first tell you about some of the stuff that we just learned when we got out of court about 15 minutes ago. You might remember the defense had made a motion. They had made several motions over the course of this case to try to get the Odinism theory back into the trial, basically saying that there was a group of Odinists, this pagan religion, that committed the murders, killed Abby and Libby in a ritualistic sacrifice. They motioned for that again, and Judge Galt denied that motion once again, as she has before. The other important thing, they were asking for an FBI agent by the name of Adam Pohl to testify remotely in this. There were several reasons given why he couldn't actually come and testify. His testimony is important because he interviewed a man by the name of Brad Weber, who says that he was driving his van back by the bridge around this day, around 2:30, and back to his home. He says that. However, apparently in a statement to this FBI agent, he contradicted that. Now, that is important because that is sort of become a major detail in this case, because Richard Allen's confession from prison mentioned a van, and that we know is the detail that only the killer would know, according to Prosecutor McClellan. However, we began the day with testimony from a psychologist, the lead behavioral health psychologist, actually at the Indiana Department
Just
of
wait for it.
Corrections. And that
Sorry.
is how the defense intended to start off. They say that this psychologist testified that Mr. Allen suffered from a severe mental illness while in solitary confinement inside the Westville Correctional Facility. Her name was Dr. Deanna Dwanger. She testified that even just faking symptoms, like the prosecutor is accusing Allen of doing, could be a sign of mental illness. But even someone who's faking occasionally may slip a true claim into their ramblings or comments, such as when Allen told his wife that he did kill Abby Williams and Libby German. Dr. Dwanger did boost the defense case a little bit when she said that solitary confinement, which Mr. Allen was in, is toxic to the welfare of someone who is mentally ill, and when she said the normal policies to make sure a mentally ill person doesn't decompensate even more weren't followed, specifically with Mr. Allen. We ran into a little bit of an issue at lunch because the defense was trying to introduce and show to the jury videos taken from Mr. Allen's cell as well as on a camcorder of what his condition was like in the Westville Correctional Facility. They were going to show those. The prosecution objected. There's apparently an issue about saying exactly when these videos were taken, and Judge Gall said if she can't know when exactly those videos were taken, then she will not allow them to be shown to the jury. We did wrap up testimony today from Steve Mullen.
Okay. This is where I was looking for. Okay, so please, this is it.
Is the Carroll County prosecutor investigator. He has been on the stand multiple times, as well as former Sheriff Tobe Lesenby. The highlights from theirs is that Steve Mullen confirmed what we have known for quite a bit of time, that a bunch of interviews, nearly every interview that the investigators did between the beginning of the investigation, the day after Abby and Libby were murdered, all the way to March 21st of 2017, all of them got deleted somehow. Then even more videos got deleted. April 28th to June 2nd of 2017, the summer after the girls were murdered, all of those interviews with witnesses, everybody, those were all deleted and gone. That was sort of a big thing. The big thing from former Sheriff Lesenby was that they got him on the stand to testify that he did believe as recently as August of 2023 that more than one person committed the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German. So
Let's hear that again. Okay.
prosecutor investigator. He has been on the stand multiple times, as well as former Sheriff Tobe Lesenby. The highlights from theirs is that Steve Mullen confirmed what we have known for quite a bit of time, that a bunch of interviews, nearly every interview that the investigators did between the beginning of the investigation, the day after Abby and Libby were murdered, all the way to March 21st of 2017, all of them got deleted somehow. Then even more videos got deleted. April 28th to June 2nd of 2017, the summer after the girls were murdered, all of those interviews with witnesses, everybody, those were all deleted and gone. That was sort of a big thing. The big thing from former Sheriff Lesenby was that they got him on the stand to testify that he did believe as recently as August of 2023 that more than one person committed the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German.
I had trouble finding it because that was CBS 4 Indy. Okay, CBS 4 Indy. But sounds like a big deal or a nothing burger? I mean, you got to understand that as this news goes ahead and spreads on out to the world, These mileposts cannot be disappeared. You cannot change the fact that 70 days of interviews have been deleted. You cannot change the fact that Tobe Lesenby believed that more than one person committed these murders until Nick McClelland decided that Richard Allen was a lone wolf killer. All right. And facts don't change. That's the deal. That's the deal, isn't it? The facts don't change. And so you're left to wonder, this is not their first rodeo. This is not their first rodeo. So how do you delete 70 days of crucial investigative product? Witness interviews with no record, allegedly, of who was interviewed by who. How does it happen? Are we to believe that this is their first rodeo? It's perfectly normal. Nothing to see here. Because I guarantee you, what they're going to have you believe next, what they're going to try to get you to go with next, is that we're just a bunch of goofballs. We just messed up. We're just a bunch of good old boys who goofed off, and we goofed around, and we made mistakes because we're incompetent. Oh, so sorry. So sorry. So sorry. We were all incompetent. So don't look any further. Don't worry about it. Okay, don't worry about a thing. Everything that was crucially important was deleted or lost. But don't worry, it's just because we're incompetent. Whatever you do, don't look any further into us because we're just incompetent. That's all it is. I promise you. That's what they're going to go for. That's the escape hatch. That's the escape hatch. Oh, what are the dates? I'm glad you asked, Miss Haunted Parlor, because they're the most important dates. Check it out. Every interview from February 14th, 2017, all the way to March 21st, 2017. So first chunk of deletions, February 14th to March 21st. April 28th to June 2nd. It's 70 days in total. 70 days. Oh, I'm glad you asked that. I'm glad. Hold on. I got to get to Roger here. Okay. I'm going to try to get to Roger. Hold on. Because this is a good question. Because there's an answer for it. How would they know to go back to him as a suspect if there were no interview record? Because what they do, they take a little card, like a what do you call it? An index card. Okay, they take a little index card. They write some stuff on it with his name, plant it in a desk drawer, and they have someone say, oh, we were cleaning out this office to move to another office, and I saw this in here, even though it says cleared on it. It's got the guy's name, Richard Allen Whiteman, and it says cleared. But I was a little suspicious about this. So even though it's not my job, and even though it says cleared, and even though I'm just moving this office, I'm going to go and walk this right on over to the candidate for sheriff and personally hand it to him so that he can take a look at it and decide that this is how he's going to retain control, that this is how we're going to retain control of this investigation and not allow Pinkard to get in here and bring in the FBI again and turn it inside out and solve. And allegedly, that's how you do it. You see, we're dealing with real life theater. Real life theater. This is not a game. This is not a game for people because people's lives are at stake. Okay. Their freedom is at stake. So this is by no means a game. People have died, allegedly. And the judge is doing it now. That's what we just read from Andrea. Okay, the judge is doing it. Why do you think we can't watch this trial like like everyone else watched Karen Reed? Thank you, Roger. Thank you. And it's why this is always such serious subject matter. It's like we try to have fun and we try to Great job, Margaret. So was Elvis's card cleared? The one who said he spat on the girls. I mean, I'd like to have fun. I'd like to have fun. I'd like to have fun on this internet. But it is seriously dire subject matter, unfortunately. So no actual records of anyone else who they interviewed in that same filing cabinet. And just so happens that the person who talked to Richard Allen, who records every single interview and interaction, just so happens he didn't record that one, or if he did, he can't find it. Just so happens. Of course, it's just a coincidence. It's just a coincidence. Just like the Marathon gas station hard drive being destroyed. Unretrievable. It's just a coincidence. I mean, there's so many coincidences, like the appraisers for the home in which 4 little girls burned alive in Flora. Just another coincidence, like Detective or Agent Greg Ferenczi being lured out of his FBI office and shot in cold blood. Just a coincidence there. Just like the murder of Nicole Bowen for a meth operation that she had knowledge of. Just a coincidence. All right, let's get to some optimism here. Just a job. What a job. What a job. Okay, what a job these lawyers are doing. Masterclass in public defense. Bravo. Yes, I agree. I agree. And they've got a lot of help. Let me tell you guys that. You've probably never seen the type of public effort that has happened with this case in people willing to cooperate and help investigators to seek justice for Abby and Libby. Mm-hmm. People get erased like hard drives and evidence around there. Yep. Razi and Baldwin have my sincere and profound respect for fielding this mess, fighting for due process against rigged odds. Baldwin pants melons. Oh, did I forget to mention the coincidence and the non-murder of Stephanie Thompson and Maya, which were also just entirely coincidental. So that's what we're looking at. Anyway, wow, I did have the intention. So let me, oh man, how can I make this happen? Let's see. See what I can do here. Okay, it's just so much. I keep reading that Abby and Libby stumbled upon a meth shack and that they were killed. That's why they were killed. Well, at least Carrie Timmons speculated upon something similar right after the murders. Yes, she did. She speculated that she had heard there were some guys cooking drugs out in the woods that day, and that maybe the girls stumbled into it and saw something they shouldn't have. And someone decided that they would deal with it. That's what speculation was. All right, so wow, it just brings me down to talk about those things. It really does. It gets difficult. What else did I want to cover? Well, let's read some I'll read a few of the highlights from today. How about that? Got a few highlights going. All right. At 1:10 p.m., the defense called Brad Heath. Heath tells the jury he lives just outside Delphi and is 70 years old. He worked for Reliable Exterminators and retired 5 years ago. Heath says he managed a company business for the Delphi area and surrounding spots. He describes doing a job at a company called Anderson's. And the scans of the building he did on February 13, 2017. His last scan was at 2:06 p.m. Did you see Shane Evans in the parking lot at Anderson's being a lookout? Defense attorney Brad Rozzi hands Heath a report he requested that shows what Heath did that day at that stop. The report refers to Heath seeing a vehicle at 8:45 a.m. in the morning. He noticed it was in that same location in that afternoon. Again, 8:45 a.m., 2:06 p.m. Heath said the car was halfway down the road near the CPS building, parked about 2 feet off the road. Heath said it was an older car and looked out of place. He said he went to law enforcement a week after the crimes to tell them after he realized what happened. Heath said he talked to law enforcement a few times over the years at his own prompting. Heath said he recently spoke to law enforcement about having seen a car that looked like it was, quote, in a movie. He said the car was a four-door that looked like it was from the 80s or 90s. He said it was 150 to 250 yards away when he saw it. The defense shows a photo of the car. He told the jury that he did not see pedestrians on 300 North that day when he left. He said, someone shouted to me, "Have you seen the girls?" when he was leaving the entrance. Hold on. Here's what I don't understand with this narrative here. 2:06 p.m. is his last scan. So what time did he see someone say, "Have you seen the girls?" Just wondering. Now, Brad Weber and the white van. The defense questioned Mullen about Brad Weber's testimony, where Weber stated he returned home in a white van around 2:30 on February 13, 2017. This is relevant to Allen's confession, where he mentioned being startled by a passing van. The defense attempted to discredit Weber's timeline, suggesting he made stops before arriving home. Mullen acknowledged some conflict in Weber's account, but confirmed Weber maintained he drove straight home. It was also revealed Weber owned a Sig Sauer .40 caliber handgun that we've known forever. The exact same identical gun as Allen. Mullen testified that Weber's gun was tested and ruled out. Yeah, well, what about Julie Melvin stating that she talked to some Indianapolis Metro PD officers who helped out in that search for evidence and claimed that they found a whole bunch of .40 caliber shell casings out there? Defense questioned Mullen on several points he couldn't answer, including why sticks were placed on the girls' bodies, when law enforcement learned the psychologist Allen confessed to was a true crime fan, junkie, obsessed, following the Delphi case, and go and bring details right on back to Richard Allen. He couldn't answer whether an Amber Alert was ever issued, whether Richard Allen was ever mentioned in any tips received prior to being arrested. Couldn't answer. Stated he wasn't aware of searchers getting within 100 yards of the bodies on February 13th. How about going right on top of where the bodies were? Prosecution was cross-examined Mullen, who denied feeding Weber information about the van. Mullen stated phone records supported Weber's account of driving straight home. He reiterated that Weber's gun was tested and not a match. In reference to the deleted interviews, he said there was nothing I could do to recover the interviews. Baldwin asked Mullen, "Are you aware if Brad ever changed his story?" Mullen said, "Yes, there's some conflict about it." On Weber's gun, denied that it was the weapon. Okay. Well, there's more. Let's talk about that white van. Because we got a little something, something. Let me find this here. Maybe I won't show you. I'll just tell you. You can look at, actually, this would be a good opportunity for me to share this. Let's see. Here we go. Let me share this with you guys because you guys need to know. Okay. It's always better because sharing is caring. So here you go. Now, if you were to go to this channel, what you will see down on the community cage, it's a little Douglas Rice post from June 13th, 2017. Let me show it to you. It looks like this. Okay? And you go down a little, it's a Douglas Rice post posted yesterday, June 13, 2017. So I've never shared many elements openly of my complete theory of what most likely occurred on February 13th. The perp lived on the south side area of the bridge. He had also grown up in the area and had played on the bridge often as a kid. He had seen the girls on the bridge and in the area before. He decided he was going to grape Abby, but of course, Libby was always with her. His plan was to coerce them down the hill and across the creek, then up the hill to his white van that was waiting at the cemetery. June 13th, 2017. Okay, let me show you. Again, I don't want you to miss it because this is what you're looking for. Douglas Rice discussing a white van belonging to you know who. White van. Douglas Rice posted this in June 2017. Douglas Rice also, I'm sorry. This is not, there's no source cited here, but Carbon also, he makes this post regarding an old silver Dodge Dart looking like a Mercedes. You see this one? Yeah, so I would highly recommend you go subscribe to Carbon. I've linked it. And hey, well, Fig solves. Don't you remember me showing you that yesterday? Fig solves. Let me get the date for you, because you know I would be remiss to not share with you information that I have that you should have. So let's talk about Fig solves on April 29th, 2024. Speaking about a white van driven by Weber on the private drive. The fact is, y'all, even the helicopter video, which exists on this channel, shows the white van. Do you understand what I'm getting at here? That helicopter footage that's down here on this channel in the original high quality. Remember, I told you that I posted that intentionally because everyone was seeing, what do you call it? The compressed lower quality video. Everyone had their eyes on the compressed lower quality filtered video, believing that they were seeing phantoms in the water. So I posted this for you, and I'm going to share it here now. Pardon me. Okay. So right here, this video here, I'm posting here. That video is your original high quality 480p footage. Okay. Now I'm going to go to about 12. Let's see where it is. It's at 12. You see, everyone was so focused on the on this other junk, the other rumors about this, that they never went and looked at the timestamp here. Let me turn this down. It's at 12:02. Okay, so go to 12:02. 12:02. You go to 12:02. Is everyone doing it? 12:02, 12:03, 12:04, 12:05, 12:06, 12:07, 12:08. Approximately 12:02 to 12:08. You see the white van in that helicopter footage. We're not trying to gaslight you here. We're trying to just talk honestly. Let's have a real talk. (12:02 to 12:08). In that footage, you will find the white van. Yeah, good point. Good point. Ruled out by testing that could not actually identify Richard Allen's gun specifically cycled unless it was fired, which I'm not ready to tell you my theory on that yet. I'm not ready for it. And remember with Weber that they searched, I believe it was 6-7 times, searched that house and bathroom. What's up, Phoenix? In the house? Emily, what's up? Oh, everyone's coming in. What's up, everyone? Yo, come on in. The crime scene can be very clearly seen from his back porch and yard. What's up, Purple Hearts? What's up? Okay. Everyone here. What up, y'all? Yes, I do remember that, Steve. That's still around. I just posted it. Yep. Is everyone in Delphi a photographer or only on not so unseasonably warm days? Yeah, what's up, y'all? Okay. Amber Bowles is dead too. She's dead too, unfortunately. Slap that 2-pounder. Cops didn't say on that podcast with Kelsey, there's no shack, all indignant. Yes. Yeah, but that's, no, that's bullshit. There's a shack. Remember, what were the 3 things you could not talk about? And there's now been added a 4th. Derek, Cody, the shack. Those were the 3 unmentionables per Mike Patty. Derek, Cody, and the shack. What's up, G-Ray? Housebroken. Radar. What's up, Radar? Carbon Rocks. Yeah, you'll see receipts there, okay? The real question is where are all of those extra detectives to go back through? Didn't he say he'd have to hire like 70 or 100 detectives to go back through from the very beginning? Blah, 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 blah. When the searcher yelled down, they found a black shoe. Kelsey stated, I knew they found the bodies because no other bodies were there. What the? Kelsey, they were still only missing. How'd you know they were dead? Kelsey, are you, what? Kelsey, stop. Yeah, the flashes of light too. Coming in hot. Yeah, she's coming in hot. CPS worker was tasked with organizing the tips. Blah, 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 blah. It's all gaslight. I don't want to excuse anyone, but it's always been said BG had an odd walk. Person in the white van is missing most of a big toe on one foot. Always come in hot and never hold back truth, especially when I hear it straight out of a person's mouth. Prof, we had a 2018 group named White Van, No Secret Minivan Traveler had a video, but it was laughed at and ridiculed till taken down. Yeah, they ran him off. They ran him off of the case as well, like they've done everyone. All right. We see you, girl. We see you, girl. All right. I'm having trouble keeping up with the chat now. So pardon me if I'm a little blitzed. Hey, Radar. All right. You lost your tea. Well, spill the tea then. What's up, red shirt? All right. Tired of being told who I can't watch. What is wrong with people? Wrong guy convicted. How's that justice? Yeah, Troll Farm. Troll Farm. We'll be getting to them later. Don't worry. All right. Kelsey just happens to be right across the creek when the bodies were found for her scripted part in the staged event. All right, y'all. So let's see. I got a couple things that go on here. Let me since this is all difficulty. There's something I want to read. Okay, so the first thing is there's something I want to read, but then there's something I want to show you, but I'll do it backwards. I'll do the show you first. And we'll do the read second, if I'm able to. All right. Of course, they're gonna this is what this is. This is called real talk. Okay, real talk. So real talk meaning there's a certain group of people here who don't want to be mentioned, and there's certain things they don't want me to say. Yet they continuously dig up photos of my family from Facebook and other places that are years old and post around the internet photos of my family members and my children going back 10 or 20 years. And they like to call some of us chomos. Chomos. Because that's what a great victims advocate would do. They would nullify the meaning of the term by calling innocent individuals who they don't like chomos. Because they're such great victims advocates. Oh, but they don't want to be mentioned. They don't want to be mentioned. They don't want us to mention their parents. They don't want me to mention how their parents were rapists and how I get emails about their parents. Oh, but they're going to cry. They're going to cry and cry and cry if I mention their names. But photos of my parents and my children and accusations of chomo and all of this type of stuff is what they put out. So there comes a time when you don't care anymore about mentioning their names or about showing things that will upset them. So yeah, every time you make another post about me or my family, I'm going to produce content that's going to disturb you and upset you. I've already done it. You just haven't seen it yet. So I figure we might as well do a little of that tonight. A little real talk. Let me see if I can find this first image I would like to show you because it's so mind-blowing. See if I can get this handled just a moment. Let's see. I'm doing this the most easy way, which is not putting it on the screen, but just showing you in the camera. So let me grab this image. This is the first one they whine about. Okay, they want to whine about this, so we'll do this. We'll make them whine a little. Well, shit. I might as well start with this. Let me start with this. Because you want to whine? You want to whine? Whine about this. All right, that's just a little gratuitous sharing. Whine about that. Make another one about my family. Anyway, that's not the one yeah. Wait, I got another one. I got another one. Huh? Whine about this. Let's whine about this. Whine about this since you want to put my family on the screen. Whine about this one. Put my family on the screen. Just put your family on the screen. Oh, here's another one. Speaking of that. Troll Farm. Rest in peace. Troll Farm. It's okay. That's not what I was looking for. I'm going to keep moving. They're going to cry, though. They're going to cry that they're on the screen. Oh, you put me on the screen. You put my family on the screen, even though I've been putting your family on the screen for months now. Okay. So keep putting my family on the screen. Keep calling me names. This one just for this one for fun. I got one more before I do my reading, and then we'll have our guests. I'm trying to have some guests. Let me find this one I'm looking for. Trust me, it's worth the wait. I have to go back in time quite a ways to find this. Well, since I just showed that one, I might as well show this one. Yeah. Yep. This is what we're dealing with. Targeting our children and our personal lives and our family. This is what we're dealing with. But yeah, I'm not done yet. I'm still looking for what I'm looking for. I'm going to show you guys this, and then we'll be done with it. I'll do my reading. Here we go. Boom. Wait, where is it? All right, so I think I'm done with that. I'll put it down and read the chat because I'm getting a little carried away. Photo library. All right. Oh yeah, good idea. Good idea. Pardon me. I actually saw a little information on that today on the Twitters, and it was very interesting about who those are alleged to be. Oh, pardon me. I think I got a little excited there. Okay, those were alleged to be a couple officers of inspection. Let's see if I can find that again. It's gonna take forever to find. It's on Twitter. Anyway, okay. Let me look at the chat so it doesn't get too lost. What's up, Big J? Okay. What's up, Ashley? All right. Low projection. Oh yeah, the chomos calling the non-chomos the chomos. All right. So what we're gonna do, I'm trying to get you caught up with this chat so that I can move on. I see a lot of chat. Okay. All right. All right. So, all right. So welcome in, everyone. So let's read. I'm going to read two more things before I put the link up for my guests. Let's see. Friday ended with testimonies from two top local law enforcement officials, means criminal pieces of you know what. At the time of the killings, former Delphi PD Chief Steve Mullen and former Carroll County Sheriff Office Tobe Lesenby, who were on the stand for 2 contentious hours of questioning. Lead defense attorney Andy Baldwin wasted no time fucking with Mullen, who now works as an investigator for the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office, about what Baldwin believes was a grave misstep in the investigation of the killings. Under direct exam that surpassed an hour, Mullen conceded that police lost dozens of audio recordings of interviews from 2 time frames, from roughly February 14th to early March, and from approximately April 28th through June 2nd, according to the defense. There's the dates in case you want to argue with me. Okay. We're not fucking around here. Would you agree that it was dozens and dozens of interviews not available to either side, Baldwin said? Correct, Mullen responded. For reasons Mullen outlined in two undated reports whose contents weren't discussed Friday, dozens of 2017 interviews were irretrievably lost, which I don't think is a word, but who knows. Police recovered videos for some, but not the accompanying audio, so they're worthless. Mullen said he believed some of the people were interviewed again. He believed. That word is thrown around a lot in this Delphi murders investigation, but he couldn't recall who or how many. Baldwin said the defense attorneys didn't learn about the missing interviews until February of 2024. Although they've been missing since 2017, they didn't let Baldwin and Rozzi know until February of this year. And they only received this tenuous explanation after reaching out to prosecutors. Mullen said he wrote the reports to explain why police lost evidence. In a heated moment, Baldwin questioned Mullen's credibility. If you could go back in time, wouldn't you have dated those reports? Baldwin asked. If I knew you were going to do this to me now, I probably would have, said Mullen, through a litany of objections, of course, because Mr. Corrupt piece of shit, Nicholas McClellan, Carroll County prosecutor, he flails around like he's losing his mind every time something important is happening in this courtroom. Not only does he objectify, never mind. He objects. Through a litany of objections from Carroll County prosecutor Nick McClellan, Baldwin questioned Mullen about why he didn't record an August phone call with Brad Weber, oddly enough, a man whose property is just across the creek from where the girls' bodies were found, and who owned the same type of Sig Sauer pistol as Allen, and who could stand on his property and see the dead girls right at the crime scene. He asked whether Mullen always believed that only one person was involved in killing Abby and Libby, and asked why Allen was the lead suspect if there were no tips reported about him only a form showing that he reported himself as being on the high bridge the day of February 13. How long have you believed that only one person was involved in the murder of Abby and Libby? Baldwin asked Mullen. Since the arrest of Richard Allen, Mullen replied. Yeah, that's right. Before that, did you believe there were more? It really doesn't matter what I believe, said Mullen. Really? You don't think? The defense has previously asserted a theory with multiple people, and the Prof has asserted one with 7 to 14. Weber possibly among them. The belief is that a group of people killed the girls as part of an odinist ritualistic sacrifice. But in Prof's theory, it's as part of a meth gang gone crazy, meth heads gone wild. 2 girls get killed, and the odinists get framed, as well as Ron Logan. However, again on Friday, Gold denied the defense's motions to admit that evidence once again, of course, because this, just like McClellan will object, Gold will deny, saying that case law requires a clear nexus between any third parties and the crime for the court to allow. Although runes at the crime scene would be a nexus, wouldn't there? Someone placing themselves at the crime scene spitting on one of the girls would be a nexus, wouldn't it? Someone's phone pinging right where the crime scene is would be a nexus now, wouldn't it? Someone lying about the murders of 2 little girls for 7 years would be a nexus, wouldn't there? Bowen brought up an August 2023 deposition 10 months after Allen was arrested, in which Lesenby said that he and fellow Carroll County officer Tony Liggett had believed in 2017 that at least 2 people were involved in the killings. Under direct exam, Lesenby said the belief was based upon the totality of the information provided to investigators. Let's hear that again. Lesenby. He and Tony Liggett believed that at least 2 people were involved in the killings based upon the totality of the information provided to investigators. A juror asked Lesenby how many previous murders he had personally investigated. None, he responded, although he had been involved in prior murder investigations. Were you involved in a prior murder? Abby and Libby? Throughout his questioning, Baldwin implied that Weber, who testified the day before, told an inconsistent story about what type of vehicle he drove home from work the day of February 13th and whether he went straight home, i.e. lied. Weber said he drove a white van home from his job in Lafayette from 2:02 p.m. to about 2:30 p.m. Allen said in a prison confession he saw a white van on a private drive which runs under the high bridge east of Deer Creek leading to Weber's house. Allen said he was spooked by the van. In a cross-exam, McClellan asked Mullen whether he coached Weber on what to say during a separate in-person interview in August. I did not tell him what to say, Mullen said. Weber had reviewed his text messages to determine that he left work in a white van at 2:02 and got home at 2:30, Mullen said. That's certainly interesting that Weber would review those text messages without knowing why he was coming in. Would you agree? That is interesting, and I have no explanation for that, said Mullen. Jurors asked Mullen 9 questions, many of which were about the trail camera that was discovered near the girls' bodies. The camera was on a hill west of the bodies and faced away from them, Mullen said, but at one point, Delphi firefighter Pat Clausen could be seen on camera as part of the search for the missing teens. Given that Libby's phone was found beneath Abby's body and the last detected movement on the phone was at 2:32, a juror asked Mullen whether he believed the girls died where they were found. Yes, he said. Oh, wow, you guys are locking yourselves in to some real bad shit. Allegedly, if I do say so myself. Now, let's see where I am here. All right. Basically told the jury it's not possible for one person to do this within the time frame. Welcome in, Bill. And yeah, good one. All right, so that's what you got. Adolf Hitler said, just follow the money. Your court may be a not-for-profit religious organization, and all of our fines and court costs may be categorized as donations. A magistrate and a magician in black robe. All right, let me keep moving. Sorry. Got another one for you. Just a moment. All right, now. Got something to read for you. Now, this right here. Oh, gosh. How would I put it? This is a letter that was sent to me. Let me put it another way. This is a copy of a letter sent to me by a resident to Mr. Todd Rokita, Attorney General. I'll read it for you. I'm going to read this letter because I think that it echoes the feelings that a lot of people have. You remember Andrea referencing tens of thousands of people following this case, right? I mean, this is not a joke. When she can get 10,000 people viewing a single live stream for 4 to 6 hours. Do you think we're exaggerating when we say tens of thousands of people care about this? You guys, please support the channel. I don't mean to go off into that, but we could use your support. We love your support, need your support. All the pathways are there for you. The super chats, the blah, 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 the blah, 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 buy me a coffee, PayPal, Cash App, all that. Please support the channel and support each other. And join the chat if you're just lurking. The chat is amazing. Please join the chat. It's all for you. Please take advantage of it. So let me read this for you because, as I mentioned, what I was getting at is this a letter? This is a letter to Todd Rokita reflecting what tens of thousands of people and thousands of residents of the state of Indiana, and this is a resident of the state of Indiana, are feeling. Urgent. Attorney General Rokita, I not only voted for you, I was grassroots for you. However, not this term, as I am so ashamed at the seeming current sham of a case against the non-criminal, constitutionally innocent citizen of Indiana, Richard Allen, in the Delphi, Indiana trial. The investigation is nothing short of a calamity of errors, not only appearing to be the railroading of an apparent innocent law-abiding veteran willing to fight for others' rights, while it appears his were instantly stripped as a tortured man by this system to a possibly irreversible degree. We do not do this in the USA, sir. And though I realize you're campaigning, you truly need to be in that courtroom ASAP, sir. Or some serious oversight sitting in is a must. He is not being allowed a proper defense. Others have stated they've noticed what seems as the judge signaling to the disgusting prosecutor as to when to object, and then agreeing to his petty and often inappropriate objections. The catchphrase for this case is "no cameras, no wonder." And as a humiliated voter, a Hoosier, a citizen of the state of Indiana, in tune with the Republican base, I assure you, sir, the lack of oversight in this case that is worldwide watched is certainly impactful on negative discussions due to the lack of oversight over Judge Gull and her ability to make her own rules in the courtroom. Negative talk runs amok about voting against you, sir, for allowing her to go rogue. One must understand the nature of the Carroll County case against Richard Allen, which is being followed by thousands worldwide for 7.5 years. These people whom have adopted the Delphi girls and fight for justice, yet they see what is happening here, sir. I beg you, get into that courtroom. I'm aware some states believe, I'm aware that some state that they believe they saw you in there once. And it was reported as Gull's only fair ruling day. But that ended abruptly, and a surprise appearance is needed for you to see for yourself. She's off the judicial rails, and this is a 100% reflecting on you, Mr. Rokita. Republicans can hardly chat without seeing messages to vote Todd Rokita. I'll vote Todd Rokita out. I am torn. It's blatantly apparent that this veteran citizen is being railroaded, or at the least is not being allowed a proper defense without constant petty objections, which are sustained by the judge. Citizens all over the United States, and not just the USA, but around the world, are noticing and reporting on it. I beg you, sir, as a humiliated former supporter, please, please get yourself or at least someone in that damn courtroom tomorrow, ASAP. Yes, they have half court days on Saturdays. My plea isn't petty, but true, sir. I would probably sit beside you if you're present, and I would proudly report your presence. But I, with the majority, cannot support this lack of transparency or the lack of oversight in this case. Should it continue in this manner? It's already gone too far, and I would prefer to not vote for you than to be any part of this horrific treatment of this constitutionally innocent veteran man, and to consider the possibility of this happening to any others, because this is a very wrong precedent to set. No, I'm not pleading with you. No, I am pleading with you, Attorney General Rokita. Get some oversight in there immediately. Several attorneys are taking detailed notes, and valuable case reporting is happening. So they might as well quit trying to hide this hearing from the public and allow cameras in that courtroom immediately, especially when things like the judge instructing witnesses to not speak into the microphones so that the public there has trouble hearing. Sir, is this not troubling or suspicious? Carroll County is already set up to stream, yet people have had to travel thousands of miles and spend thousands of dollars and are in line the night before, sleeping in the cold weather as there's maybe only 20 seats available. People are getting sick and feeling ill because if they even step out the door to eat a bite of lunch, they lose their seats. One juror had to be let go because of blood sugar issues because of it. This is also humiliating and is truly just shameful. Of course, we want the true killer caught and charged, but in the hearts of many and even witnesses, he is not involved. And this county and this judge are doing all in their power to convict an innocent man whom they've already imprisoned in Westville in isolation for an excessive amount of time. Please hear my plea, Attorney General Rokita. I'm likely not the only heart crying out to you, sir. The whole world is truly watching and crying out. And so is our Father in heaven. My kindest thoughts are with you. My prayers are with you so that you can hear the true hearts and pleas of the citizens of this state and of the United States of America. May God bless you, sir. You and yours. And may true justice and county accountability be Indiana's motto going forth. Whomever thought that prosecutors and others should be free from accountability didn't consider those that would abuse that power. As it appears that the second prosecutor, Luttrell, that is seated in the Delphi case next to Nicholas McClellan, has lost his per a judge and due to apparent criminal conduct. Yet he sits in power next to Nicholas McClellan against Richard Allen. It's not good, sir. Not good at all. God's blessings to you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you understood that letter. All right. Let me try to catch up with this chat. Forgive me for reading is a lot of distraction. All right. Andre is embarrassing the mainstream media with her coverage. The locals are scared to speak up, so we have to be their voices. I don't understand how this Judge Gull is getting away with this while the world is watching. Me either. Thank you, Roger. Thank you very much. Thank you for the super chat. Hope this helps. Thank you very much, Roger. They don't believe in God. I sure hope the jury sees what's really happening there. I think they are seeing. Welcome, Ashley. FBI is watching. I trust that. All the dirty in Delphi are going down. I trust that too. I hope so. I mean, what else? Without this belief, there is actually no hope. Absolutely no hope. So it's my hope that someone is watching. All right. Yes, he's in a prison already. He's been in a prison for 2 years. The jury isn't buying the bullshit. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Yep. Amazing letter. Amazing letter. This letter reflects the feeling of the majority of people following this case. And I guarantee you, this is not hyperbole. It's not an exaggeration. That letter is a reflection of the will of the people of the United States of America, the people of Indiana, the people of Carroll County. I guarantee you. I like this person. That's a great letter. I love this person. That is a great letter. Many judges run unopposed. Shay Watson, thank you. I've been trying to buy you a few coffees for 15 minutes, but it won't accept my card, so I guess you have to share it with YouTube. Thanks, Prof. Strange. I don't know how it works, Shay Watson, but thank you. Thank you very much. That's sweet of you. Thank you. Maybe the mods know how that works. I'm not skilled with even the membership. I have no clue how the memberships work. I just know they're there. But thank you so much for the $20 super chat. These super chats really do help me. I promise you, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we're double streaming to both channels tonight, because the super chats have enabled me to do that. So I appreciate all the support here. That's what I was getting at. I didn't want to dig through and get distracted with digging through Twitter, but what I read earlier is there's a rumor going around that those gentlemen are from some judicial review or accountability commission, or maybe someone in the chat will put in the actual technical term, because I've kind of lost it. But I read something about that earlier, ladies and gentlemen. And if you're in here and you know, please say what you heard, because I heard it was a couple people from a couple different judicial review commissions or something like that. Let's see. Now I lost my spot. Thank you so much, Shay Watson. All right. Fidelity, bravery, integrity chased off by these clowns. How could you ever kick the FBI off? I don't, that makes no sense. I still don't get it. Have you seen how many lawsuits Gallupo is in? I mean, I get it about the states' rights, but I'm saying this is a double homicide that potentially crosses state lines because of the possible use of the internet. There are a couple men that monitor Kathy throughout the day. It broke them to watch her reaction to the confessions. Dick Redshirt, I agree with that letter. Angela, if they will do this to a single man, with the whole world watching. The whole world is watching. That's something they never anticipated, that there's worldwide interest in this case. This is a global phenomenon. They created an entirely magnetic case by utilizing enhancements to manufacture this phantom we call bridge guy. They created a situation that's going to lead to the downward spiral of them all, because they attracted worldwide attention to this case. Tens of thousands of people, and it's only growing. Just wait another week, wait another month. This is entirely magnetic case. They're never going to get away from scrutiny over this case. All right. Meanwhile, at the governor's mansion, Holcomb is just hoping no one looks his way. Yeah, you know, Doug Carter's best friend. Yeah, so the Delphi case was investigated dirtier than the West Memphis Three Boys case. I didn't think that was possible. Yeah, probably dirtier than the John Benet Ramsey, dirtier than the Boys on the Tracks, dirtier than the Dior, Baby Dior. It's dirty. All right. Malachi, I newly discovered your channel and I'm very impressed. Will definitely become a regular watcher. Thank you and welcome. And thank you for joining the chat. I so love when new people come in and join the chat, because the chat is amazing here. We have an amazing chat, and I just recommend anyone who's bashful, don't worry, join the chat. We'll protect you. All right. The FBI didn't delete those interviews. Someone deleted them. I have a question. Are the law enforcement allowed to talk or socialize with the jurors at the hotel on a sequestered jury? No. Are you kidding me? Nobody, nothing. If you know something, say something. Know something, say something. Maybe the mods could keep the bullies out. Is someone bullying you? Who's bullying you, Ashley? Put it in the chat. Tell me what happened. I'm sorry, I was reading. I didn't see a thing. All right. Hi, Prof. Just finished listening to Andrea. Yes, I'm in New Zealand. I know a lot watching. Yes, welcome from New Zealand. Is it Saturday already? Happy Saturday. All right. Oh my goodness, how Gallipo can even testify is beyond me. He's lighting, cheating, no good. I worked with girls in jail and working with girls in jail now. Speaking of that, remember when he said that all the people babysitting Richard Allen didn't communicate with him? Then they brought a couple people who were babysitting Allen in, and they said, yes, we communicated with him. So not only did you have Walla feeding him Facebook group shit, the true crime obsessed Dr. Walla coming in and feeding him info, you had him getting harassing phone calls, which were probably feeding him info, and you had other inmates and guards coming in, probably feeding him info and threatening to kill him on a regular basis and his family. I'm watching and supporting from South Africa, and an international community is most definitely interested in getting truth and justice for the girls. Yes, we've got, well, so far we've got New Zealand, South Africa, we've got England, we've got Ireland, people everywhere. Like I'm saying, tens of thousands around the world. The eyes of the world are on this case. They're never going away until justice is served for Abby and Libby. And that's the way it is. And that will always be the way that it is. All right. Let me keep going. Let me keep going. Where is Doug Carter? Yeah, he's conspicuously missing. I'm truly shocked at how many people don't see what's happening. Hi, Doxy Mom, Carrie. Like Gray and his freaks. All right. You know what's funny? Even in his phony bridge guy narrative, the state wants you to believe it's the state. Even this phony bridge guy narrative, the state wants you to believe it's still not believable to convict. Right. Well, even if you'd go with this fairy tale narrative, could you convict off of what? Okay, let me back it up for you. You guys just witnessed the prosecution's case being presented. Let's just pretend there's no defense at all. Let's just pretend we're going to convict only on the prosecution's case. At this point in time, would you convict? Based upon what you've seen that the prosecution has presented, at this point in time, with no defense presentation, just considering what's been presented, would you convict? There's no possible way the judge can be unbiased. She works for the state of Indiana. So does Nick. They have the same corporate boss. Well, you can't argue that. Cannot argue that. Yeah, it seems like it's more like a disclosure or an expose or an uncovering. Doesn't it? Or a storm. Do you wonder why my YouTube banner says the storm of all storms is upon us? It's not a joke. Please hit the like. Please hit the like. And please support the channel. Do both. All right. You have an extremely intelligent chat. Is that what you mean? Yes. Thank you. My chat is amazing. No gaslight here. That's what you mean. And very intelligent chat. Thank you very much. Gray is paid by the crime family, and the whole troll farm is. The whole troll farm. There's enough in Prof's 2 pounds of receipts for us all. Oh, is my visitor here? Let me check on him. All right. All right, you guys. Rick H, welcome on in. Welcome in, Rick H. Gull and Doug can't erase the culpability of the Odinist nexus behind it ultimately. Whether Richard Allen is a major, minor, co-participant or not, erasure of DVD drives can't erase guilt. From New Zealand to Saturday night. From New Zealand to Saturday night. What's up, Rick? I got two New Zealanders in a row. Look, Rick and Linda K right next to each other. Welcome in, guys. It is a miracle that he's still alive. It very much is. It very much is. Because I expect that they expected that he would be dead or coerced into a plea deal and confessions. You know, is my wife alive? Is my family alive? Who's threatening to kill you? They're going to kill me. Who's threatening to kill you? Oh, the guards with the Odin patches. Should I show you the receipt for that in case someone doesn't believe it? Because I know it's hard to believe. This is also hard to believe. Let's pull that up again for the people in the back who may or may not have seen it. It's probably in this stack. Let's see. We just presented this yesterday, but we'll go ahead and let's see, present slides, that, and it's not that one. Let's see, it's probably this one. No, it's not that one. It's the next one. There you go. There's your slide. During one memorable visit on May 4th, 2023, myself, Attorney Baldwin, Attorney Razi, met with Richard Allen to discuss matters involving the case. At this time, Richard Allen was in a mental and physical state of deterioration and was nearly non-communicative. During the visit, Richard Allen repeatedly asked whether or not his wife was okay and if his family was okay. He claimed on a couple of occasions that, quote, they were going to kill him, quote. When asked who he was referring to as they, Richard Allen responded by saying, the guys with the Odin patches. Up to this point in the legal process, Richard Allen's defense team had never mentioned Odinites or Odinism to Richard Allen, either directly or indirectly. The first time I'm aware of any mention of Odinite involvement to Richard Allen was during a visit on August 25, 2023, when Kathy Allen attended and a discussion occurred between attorney and client regarding ties to the crime scene. Someone picking on anyone. Don't make me break out the ranch. Oh my gosh. Gray has been on the payroll. Everyone is just finally seeing it. Yep. Andre said on one of the calls was horrific. He sounded like he was in hell. I learned to love or to take responsibility for how I impacted everything around me. Most importantly, stewardship of resources. Hey, what's up, Tiri? Tiri's in the house. Tiri, justice for Flora Angels. Okay. By trying to hide everything, they are forcing every detail to be put under a microscope. Every word in court is now paid attention to. This is backfiring big time. Thank God. Yeah, by trying to shroud everything in secrecy, all they have done is upset people and forced people to put everything under a microscope. And that's what we're looking at. All right. Not guilty under rule of evidence. Oh, you're answering that question I asked earlier? Awesome. Not guilty. I heard it said police aren't interested in solving cases. They're interested in closing cases. I wouldn't say all police. I would say these people. No, these people are interested in one thing. Do not look into this case because it's bad. It's bad. Don't look into it. All right. She is a sadist, just like all of them. Listen, the point of my show, by the way, you notice my thumbnail, it's a little troll. Okay. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Because we know we got Mark Robert. We know we got Tommy Frost. We know we got Jinx 13. We know we got Bossy. We know we got Greeno. We know we got all the assholes who are putting my kids' faces up on the internet, my mother and father's faces up on the internet, my cherished photos up on the internet. Okay, we know they're trolls. We know that some of the creators, Gray Pubes, are trolls. Okay, we know all that. But you know who else are the trolls? Jerry Holman is a fucking troll. He's a piece of shit. He is a liar, a bully, a sadist, probably an incel. Nick McClellan, a fucking troll. He's trolling the entire world right now. Tony Liggett and Tobe Lesenby, some badass trolls. The family, all the Patty family. And the Germans, trolls. Let's keep going up the ladder. Judge Gull, sadistic troll. Now, radar, that was from that was from Journal Courier, I thought. Let me figure out. I'll give you the exact source because I don't want it. Oh, no, it's the Indy Star. Sorry. Indy Star. Indy Star. Okay, Indy Star. Oh, you meant Weber? The Weber. Where was that from? I forget, radar. I forget. All right. When intelligent people are allowed to talk freely with other intelligent people, great things can happen. Prof made this possible. Thank you. It was my goal. Remember, my goal when I started this channel, one goal, open discussion with the chat. What does that mean? Well, for me, what it meant was creating a channel with the chat where I could just talk to the chat. I didn't even intend to ever be doing presentations at all whatsoever. I intended solely to talk to the chat in a conversation. What I call open discussion with the chat. But very quickly, that started to change because, as you know, or maybe not, when you're a new creator in Delphi, this is what happens, oddly enough. A group of people come around you and encircle you. Yeah, they do. And they pretend to like you. They pretend to help you get your channel started. They pretend to be helpful to you. They want to be mods in your channel. They want to help you in every way. They're your buddies. But there's certain things that you'll be shamed for if you mention. Do not question the family. How dare you? So you're shunned for blaming the family or talking about the family or even suspecting the family or anything. And no, the police are wonderful. They got this bastard. You cannot speak against the family or against the police. So there's peer pressure. But as long as you're following that rule, you're invited on all their lives and all of this and that. Oh, I want you on my channel. Come on live. Do the channel. Blah, 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 blah. And then the trolling starts. Because if you try to break out of that, they start the hateful rhetoric and they start the incendiary tactics. What are this? Well, screenshot this, say this, screenshot this, talk shit about this one, screenshot it, send it to the one you just talked shit about. Blah, 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 blah. Chaos behind the scenes. And what really triggered it with me is show number 19. What did you do, show number 19, Prof? Well, odd that you would ask. What I did was I said, Kelsey and Becky, you haven't talked enough. You know something. I think you should go talk to law enforcement. You should talk to investigators. You should say what you know. That very statement caused an avalanche, or maybe a tidal wave, or maybe a nuclear disaster, however you want to phrase it. That phrase alone, a single phrase on my channel, show number 19, it's still up. Go watch it. It caused an entire troll farm of people and creators to come after me. Sleuth intuition, gray pubes, entire troll farm. That's what really happened. And people would wonder why I'm a little upset about that, and why I'd be upset that even to this day, some of them harass, intimidate, put up pictures of my kids, put up pictures of my family, my parents, called me a chomo, blah, 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 blah. But like I said, they're the troll farm. They're the small trolls, the Patty family trolls. Then you have law enforcement trolls. Then you had the trolls in the prosecutor's office, Shane Evans, Nick McClelland, Steve Mullen. Then you have Tony Liggett, the Unified Command trolls. Then you have Francis Gull, Frigid Franny. It's the troll farm. From the top to the bottom, from the bottom to the top. I told everyone they needed to watch Prof's last Kelsey interview with Doug Carter. I was mind blown. All right. Rokita's office and the IDOC were recently sanctioned for misconduct. Interesting article from Indiana Citizen 1028. Okay, Indiana Citizen 1028. You're doing a great job watching from Michigan. No way Richard Allen had time. Those girls were taken somewhere and brought back to the spot. Found them the next morning. That's what I believe. Thanks, Question and Crime. And thank you for chiming in and joining the chat. Yeah, I agree. I will agree with that wholeheartedly. It's kind of what happened. What is so important, so detrimental that adults would bully average everyday folks to push a narrative? 2 dead girls over 2 little girls, children. How many have they run off? How many have they run off of this case, and why? Middle-aged beer belly guy wrangles 2 vibrant teenagers off a bridge midday. Girls don't fight. No one hears a damn thing. No. Yeah. Mm. All right, let's see. Woman doing impossible things. Are you mansplaining trail cams in here? Good point, though. They have a trail cam with a volunteer fireman or something like that on it. Right where the bodies were found. Bodies weren't there. When are people going to wake up? Richard Allen is not the first horrible treatment. All right. Prof, Kent defense asked for Heath's camera roll that day. He gave it to police, never got it back. He took loads of pics from the bridge around the time the crime occurred. Boy, 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 you're just coming up with all these good ideas. You're just coming up with all these good ideas. Maybe one of the investigators watching the stream will see this comment right here and pay attention to it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Heath's camera roll. If Allen isn't acquitted, I'm terrified they'll make sure he doesn't survive his first appeal. We all have to fight for justice. Well, Sandy D coming in, dropping the goddamn bombs. I figured someone in the Patty German family was a high-ranking motorcycle club 1%er member, seeing as 2,000 plus motorcycles showed up in town just days later to send a message to someone, possibly the government officials. What happened? What happened here? When would that many bikers immediately show up? Hey, was Fran Gull in that photo? Have you guys seen the photo that appears to show Fran Gull? We'll get to that at some other point. I have it. I'll post it. All right. Thank you for all the comments. I guess none of my guests showed up. So no, I don't have it at my disposal. It's somewhere, but no, I just trust me. There's this friend. Okay, I'll show it. I'll have to show it like, I can't put it on the screen. I'll show it on my computer. Just give me a moment. Let's see. Just a moment. I'll do it for you. Who asked that? Let me see. We got somebody out here. Did I miss it? Trying to find it. Let's put this on the screen for you. Let's see. You guys don't understand how hard it is to find these chats. Okay. Well, I didn't find it. Someone said, come on, Prof. Okay, so let me find it. Let me find the photo and just get to it. Is this it? All right, got something for you. I don't know if Cromley wants to. Okay, I'll just tell you. It's from Cromley. Okay, fuck it. Pardon my language. It's from Cromley. Let me show it to you, though. I don't think I can find it. I seem to have lost it. Oh, well, I can't do it. Let's see. I can do it. It's just going to take a moment. It's worth doing it for you. It's worth the wait, trust me. You'll want to see this. I mean, it's just odd. Could be right, could be wrong. Anyway, Cromley found this. We'll do that. We'll show it from Cromley. There we go. Question. Is that gull? Is that gull? I don't know. Is it? Is that gull? I'm not saying it is. I'm asking. Is that gull? Jackson Pierce, Pink Girl in Mirrors Group revealed. 7 hours and 58-minute mark. All right, so I'm sure I'm missing a lot. Let's see. Oh, I see. Okay. That's a troll farm, Ashley. You're dealing with the troll farm. Troll Farm Executive Committee, actually. You should be honored. Ashley Nudo, you should be honored. That's the Troll Farm Executive Committee coming after you. It was Sunflower Soul. Yeah, I've lost track of the chat, actually. I'm kind of all, it's gotten away from me, but I'll find, I'm trying to find, okay. Okay, let's see. We're good. I got to put this one up because it's nice. Okay, let's see. Oh, we'll skip it. Never seen so many gatekeepers on a case like this. Yes, absolutely. All right. Lucia, you should see what the New Zealand Herald was reporting about Delphi in 2017. Oh, explain it a little more, Linda Kay. I'd love to see. All right, so what do we got here? Okay. I think the whole thing is really covering up what and who was involved in what Keegan Klein was doing with the catfishing and images he shared and who he shared them with. What about the clubs and the little girls and the good old boys? If one mod shuns me for talking about the million red flags that lead Kelsey, boom, I'm out. I came in to Delphi October 2023. Troll Farm had me thinking Prof was bad until I realized it was them. That's what they do. Chevy Killer, I'm not mad at you. Why do you think I'm mad at you? I'm not mad at you. Douche Crew. Mullen actually laughed today about losing interviews. Now, if I was a family member, I would have been held in contempt today. Would have went choked the shit out of him. Is that what you're saying? The Holy Family must be protected at any cost. All right. He shames the viewers into giving him money. He sure does. I watch him. I've only made $68,000 this year in super chats. You guys suck. I'm not going to Delphi. I mean, it's going to cost me $6,000 of the $68,000 I just grifted off these two dead girls' bodies. There ain't no way I'm going to Delphi. I mean, maybe if you guys send me $6,000, I might go. I mean, it's going to cost me money. I mean, I'd just rather stay here. I mean, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? The family? You talking about the family? No, get out. You're stupid. Prof? Yeah, Prof. No. He tried to blame Kelsey. He talked about Kelsey. I've already sent it to investigators. He'll be dealt with. I've already sent it to investigators. Prof's gone. He's gone. He's going to be gone. You can't do that. You can't do that. All right. Oh my God, Shay, we're sorry to hear that. Oh, God bless your son and blessings to him for recovery. Everyone, please pray for Shay's son and pray for Joe Lewis again, please. He doesn't sound too good. Joe doesn't sound too good. Y'all pray for him too. He flipped his convertible over 10 times. Oh my God, he's lucky to be alive. I see your name mentioned in Andrea's chat, Prof. EOAs as well. Well, that's nice. Honestly, I never watch Andrea because I just don't have the hours and hours to do so. But the beautiful, wonderful, amazing, intelligent, smart, and kind Sleuthy Goosey has been sending me her notes, which she takes from Andrea's lives. So I get that. And then the amazing In Light in the Dark, Adrian, also watches Andrea, and she fills me in on the highlights and what I really need to think about. So unfortunately, I just don't have the hours in the day to watch Andrea, but I know she's doing great work, and those two ladies are really taking care of me by helping me keep up with Andrea's info. So yeah, it's a troll farm. Troll farm and law enforcement. They're always in lockstep, okay? It's astonishing how they just blew right over Kelsey's hand wrapped with the root. Ew. Kelsey's hair with the root wrapped around Abby's fingers. Explain it. explain it. And guess what? A hair being in a sweater ain't explaining it. That's the gaslight. They always come with the gaslight. And I knew that was going to be the gaslight immediately, because when the news first broke, okay, now you got to understand how the Prof works. I knew the news for 2 to 3 weeks before it broke, okay? I knew what we were looking at. Or a month. Okay, fuck it. About a month before, I knew about it. And I couldn't say a single word. I did not say a single word about it. And it's just so funny. It's actually not funny. You laugh so that you don't cry in lieu of crying. But what happened is when the news broke, I was so excited because I had been waiting for it for a month, a few weeks. And immediately, the first thing that happened, Troll Farm started saying, because of the sweater. It was in the sweater. And when she put her arm in the sweater, the hair got wrapped around the finger, pulled out from the root. And immediately, I knew that was the go-to talking point. That was the narrative that was going to be spun. And that was Deb's True Crime Notebook, Troll Farm Extraordinaire. And they all went with it. Every single one of the Troll Farm, they went with hair in the sweater, blah, blah, blah. And then guess what? Of course, that's what comes out in court. That's the argument in court. It's blah, 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 blah. It's always a fucking story that makes zero sense. Trolls in this case are just truth blockers who are failing, yes, because it's over. I mean, look, game over. As far as that game goes, game's over. And I think they know it. Game's over. Too many people. Time will always be on our side because the truth is on our side. The time is always on our side. More time, more truth. He was thrown out. He said he was trying to stand up and get to the road, but his head kept rolling around. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, Shay, but geez, oh. All right. Oh, it was you. Okay, there, I finally found it. Okay, Margaret, you're gone. That's all it took. That's all it took. That's all it took. All right, so Prof, there you go. Sunflower Soul, it's you. It's you. Like I said, that's the Jackson Pierce. What is it called? Delphi Live, Pink Girl, and Mears Group revealed. It's at the 7 hour and what did I say, 58-minute mark, something like that. Okay. All right. Getting ready for the screenshot. No, I'll take us. How about this? We need to get Jackson to just send the screenshots. I want to apologize. My doggies need to go out. Hunter right about the troll farm and doxing beyond belief in danger, exposing people's families when they claim to be against it. Yes, and calling people chomos who are not chomos discredits the use. It softens the meaning of the word because that word has meaning. And what you don't do is you don't use it recklessly. Who was in the Dropbox? All of Delphi, Kokomo public officials, political figures, family. Who was messaging with the Anthony Shots, with the Keegan Klein? Who was getting the little girls from the or for the club? All right. You said don't be a T, show the pic. Well, now you know. We go screenshot it. Go screenshot it. You know where it is now. It looks like Franny to me. Yeah, I don't want to think about that Dick Red shirt. I don't want to think about that. Like, I think that was an attempt to make them see what they do. They gaslight and they exploit people's feelings to an extreme. And I think the whole reason for that was to make us all emotional and crazy, and to make the jury emotional and crazy and want to get Rick Allen. But yes, if that occurred, it is horrendous to think about. But see, we cannot let the emotions block. That's a huge thing about investigating. We cannot let emotions block the rational thinking and the critical thinking. And that's what they want. That's where the bloodlust comes in. And that's how they gaslight. Okay. Yeah, I believe the same about the bullet in the keepsake box. It makes a lot of sense. If you think that he tried to kill himself, but he didn't, he may have saved that bullet and put in a keepsake box to say, this is the day I chose to live. All right. This is a case about the murder of 2 girls and the cover-up infested with corruption, meth trade, trafficking, snuff, Freemasons, and white supremacy and more. Yep, that's about the summary. If you're going to summarize it to your friend, what is Delphi? What is the Delphi case about? What is the Delphi case? Boom. Here you go. Oh, you don't think the audio is real? Where's Fleetwood? Let me find her. Okay, is the voice saying down the hill created or real? He doesn't think it's okay. I don't think it's real. I don't know. I'll read something to you. I've already posted. Maybe I should read it for you. I was naive to think kindness was worth the comment. I don't know what you mean. I kind of lost, but no, what you emailed me is you're interacting with the absolute worst of the troll farm. So I would just you have to disengage. Disengage. You're interacting with the absolute core of the troll farm. Disengage. The bullet ejection doesn't match discovery to what was testified in trial. It's all a bunch of bullshit distraction. Sounds like a hammed radio, complete with keying a mic. Yeah, that's right. Someone did testify that Giancola, I believe it was, I may be wrong, but he said he was going over there to get the trail cams, but then he got called to go find the bodies. We just went over that in the prior stream. The audio reminded me of when I used a hand radio in the Border Patrol. You key the mic and wait a second before you talk. Oh, I see what you mean. I'm glad she's in court. I'm glad she's in court. There have to be some people in court. Like that's the whole argument. It's the whole argument. Why on earth are you blocking transparency in this case? I think we know why. I mean, it's not very fucking difficult to understand why you would not want the world to see this. Oh, so you're saying I heard audio between breakdown on Zab. It sounded like squelch of walkie-talkie when she removed the background noise. Interesting. Oh, was there a fake me? Was there a fake me? I don't know what you guys are talking about here. Let me put this up. The stuff in Andrea's chat isn't profit was reported. Okay, are you meaning there's a fake me? Because someone told me the other day that they saw me in some other chat that I was not in, and they had to go and find it and report it because there was a fake me. That's something they've done before. I have screenshots from last year when they make fake me's. Okay, they make fake me's, and they go in and they talk shit and act crazy in other lives. So they make fake profs. So when you see a prof, if you're thinking it's me, you better click on it and go to the channel and make sure that it's me. You know, make sure it's me because they make the fake me's. And so probably if you're saying you saw me in Andrea's, I've never been in Andrea's. I'm not a subscriber to her channel. I can't even go into chat. Okay. But no, they make fake me's. That's we know who that is. They make fake me's and they go in there and they try to make me look bad. All right, awesome. Hey, Lee with love. Where are you coming out of here from? Where are you coming out from? Lee with love, y'all. She's coming in here out of nowhere. Where you been? Welcome in. Welcome in. Thanks for coming. All right. Have you ever gone to a UFC event or WWE? Nope. But when I was a kid, I watched a whole lot on TV because it was my dad's favorite thing. Profs, what's your full theory of this crime? I know it's a railroad, but I can't figure out why. It's too long to go into tonight, but I have streams you can do it. It's called the most recent one. If you want to know my full theory of the crime, it's called The Truth About Delphi. There's a part 1 and a part 2. Okay? That'll get you what you're looking for. But here's part 1. Truth about Delphi. That's my theory. Truth about Delphi. Part 1 and part 2. Oh, were they all Blazers? Really? I didn't know that. See, I guess I'm not paying enough attention. So the Winchester versus the Blazers? Well, people can have theories. People all have theories. Theories are theories. Facts are facts. The only DNA found on the girls is being completely dismissed. Tell you what, it's a shit show. I've started calling them the killer protectors, because if they don't want you to justice, they just want a name in the prison roster. Yeah, they're killer protectors. That's what I'm saying. They're covering up the murders of 2 little girls in Delphi, Indiana in 2017. That's what they're doing. All right. The whole town is covering up the crime, I believe. Yes. From the prosecutor to the bartender. Mm. All right, guys. Is this still live? Brought me to the beginning. New here, working now. Canadian artist over here. Well, welcome, Canada. Welcome, Canada. Yeah, we're still going late tonight. We're going late tonight, but we will be. We won't be too much longer. All my buddies bailed on me. Look, tarnished pearl. Hair wrapped around the finger, pulled out from the root. So you have a Kelsey killer theory. That's not my theory. That's not my theory. I think the bullet was planted. Andrea made it seem like he didn't know about that bullet being there. I don't know. We don't know if it's planted or not, but there's a theory I have that I'm not going to talk about until it's presented in court. Oh man, it's awful. The more I hear, it has tentacles widespread through. Well, that's a fact. What's up, Melon? Welcome in. Remember, they were first emphasizing the reddish tint of hair and not blonde like Kelsey. Then the DNA test came back with the 1 in 800 trillion likelihood or something like that. Yeah, where it's absolutely her. It's her hair. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. No question. Oh, is that what he said? I don't know what he said. He's been in fucking shit. He's been in lost his shit world for 2 years now. I mean, I don't know if he would even know why it's in that keepsake box until he gets his mind right, gets out of that hellhole. Putting Walla in there was evil. Good information. Sending prayers for Shay's son and good vibes to rest. Thank you, Brenda, and also good vibes to prayers to Joe Lewis, please. I agree she's involved. I agree she was there with the group that it happened. All right. Let's all hope the jury's eyes are wide open and realistic in the decision making. They sound switched on. Hope threats don't reach them as well. Yeah, good point there. That's what I want to say. If you're paying attention to the observations of the jury and the questions that are coming from the jury, I think it's an excellent jury. Okay. I think it was 3 people, including Kelsey. The German family knows it and protecting their, lest they lose both daughters. Kelsey has been in court this whole time. I asked on Andrea's live, and just for that simple question, got attacked by the trolls and never got an answer. Why are the trolls in Andrea's live, though? She should take care of that. There was a fake prof in Andrea's. Oh, really? Thank you for mentioning that. Well, seems like that fake prof is making the rounds. If you see the fake prof, please listen to me. If you see me anywhere, it's probably not me. Because you will only probably see me in Joe Lewis or Rick Snay. That's it. So if you see in Andrea's or any other channels and it's not looking like me, please report it and yell it out. Please raise red flags. It's not me. So see what they've done? They're probably going in Andrea's and causing a ruckus to try to make me look bad, discredit me. That's what they're doing. That's the MO. Listen, when I'm telling you these pieces of shit, they stop at nothing. They've run off 90% of the good. Yes, screenshot first. Good point, Radar. They've run off 90% of the good creators on this case that have ever been. They've run off. If you go watch my Delphi, The Truth About Delphi Part 2, I show you who they all are and how they work. They will stop at nothing. Okay? They made fake accounts before. I had them deleted. They probably made a fake account again, and they're going around. No, I've only been in R&M maybe 6 months, a year ago. I don't go in there anymore. All right. I know you're at trial every day. No, he told me he saw you. Okay. They're killer protectors and chomo protectors. Yes, dark web chomo fucking internet freaks is who the ones on social media doing this shit. That's who they are. The German and Patty family is willing to send an innocent man to prison to keep the eyes off Kelsey and their own. Everyone check your hands right now and see if there's a hair with a complete follicle wrapped around your finger that came out of your clean laundry out of the dryer. Oh, poor victim. They're always victims. Poor victims. Yes. Who was in the Hummer? That's interesting too. No hair around my fingers. That's right. I mean, someone mentioned that not long ago. Is yeah, if I'm washing my hair, when I'm washing my hair, that happens. But that's the only time that happens. Because you have to be doing this. You know, you're tangled in the long hair, then it's gonna come out. Unknown male DNA. That's true. Everyone's ignoring everything important. That's what they do. That's the gaslight. Good questions by the jury. Thank you. Yes, amazing questions. Someone in the chat brought up a great point. The sweatshirt that was on opposite girl was supposed to be brand new from school. Supposed to be. Fake prof because people are recommending you. That's nuts. Horrible. Trolls need a life. Well, no, they're trying to save their own lives. Listen, some of these fucking trolls, they were out there. Do you understand? Husband worked at Subaru. Who else worked at Subaru? A major meth dealer. Who else was a major meth dealer? Other trolls? Family is connected to Anna Williams. What are you doing for Anna Williams? What are you doing? Family is related to Mike Patty. Family is related to Anna Williams. Related to Anna and Mike, and you're one of the worst trolls on the internet. The other one, Dark Web Chomo. I would say they need lives. They need prison. You see, the thing is, they're trying to keep their asses out of prison. That's what's happening. That's why they do what they do. Wondered why you never answer when I say hi to you in other chats, because it's not me. I'm telling you, I go in Rick's and I go in Joe Lewis's. And I pretty much never go in any others because I'm busy. All right. A bunch of these guys out there worked at Subaru or Packers, okay? John Weaver, Subaru. Jinx's husband, Subaru. Brad Weber, Subaru. Who else? Subaru. How about Packers? Who on the internet worked at Packers? Who in prison for 2 murders worked at Packers? Yes, I go in Silkies. Actually, I forgot about that. Just every once in a while, but I go on Silkies. I think I have the screenshots, but Julie was there also. She may have it. It was super chat, and Jeff Burkhart had it removed. Whoa, Ashley, you got to email me that. Yeah, you see what they're doing? They're making fake accounts on us. Okay, just keep in mind that you cannot trust anything in this shit, because the trolls, they go to no length. They'll stop at nothing. Julian Powell, Subaru. Yeah, who else at Subaru? Subaru and Packers. It's almost as if a group of dudes from Subaru and a group of dudes from Packers wanted to go kill some girls, and they went. Or they just went to move all the bodies. I checked my entire hairbrush, could not find one follicle. I'm your buddy, Prof. I never bail on your ass. The hair places her there, you would think, or in some situation with a girl who's dead, and law enforcement didn't do a thing about it. They didn't even care. They had already identified that hair as hers through a visual identification of hair follicle without the DNA. That's why they never got the DNA. They already knew it was hers, and they weren't going to look at it. Okay. Yes, okay. Jury impeached the prison warden. I think I'm getting close to catching up with the chat. Then we'll call it a night. Okay, we'll be done. Greg Ferenczi and Todd Click investigating Odinist theory. Ferenczi shot and killed. Click in jail. Yeah, this is bigger than just Kelsey all by herself. They didn't know what any of the girls, either of the girls, were wearing. It was all BS. It's a bullshit story. This whole story, this is what I've tried to say, and I did say it in my last show, but this whole thing, what you actually have to do, if you ever want to understand anything that's ever happened, you have to wipe the slate clean entirely. And I mean everything you think you know. Everything. It's the only way to handle it. You wipe the slate of everything you've ever heard, known, or thought. Wipe it. Because this lying started from day one. The fantasy world narrative, the fake story with a million details, even to the extent of Bridge Guy. Everything you have to wipe. Then you look in retrospect. That's the only way you can ever start to understand it. Like what's clear in retrospect? What's clear? Law enforcement lied. Family lied. Things were deleted. Law enforcement deleted. Family deleted. Okay, so law enforcement, family lied, deleted. Okay. When would ever law enforcement or the family of victims lie and delete? When they are complicit, involved, guilty, covering. Then you start to build from there. You start to build it. Thank you for all you do, Prof. I've been watching when I can. Thank you, Mad World, and thank you for the super chat there. Thank you very much. Gary Kurtz used to work for Subaru. Now he just makes license plates, and he worked for Packers. Subaru and Packers. It's like no one will ever get it. Subaru and Packers. That's some nexi right there. All right, so let's see. They were lying today, Prof. Mullen and Toe both. Yes, 100%, 1,000% believe it. Like I said, they are the trolls. There's the levels of the trolls. Gull's a troll. McLean's a troll. Mullen, Toe, Liggett, McClellan. It's called Real Talk. Check in. Garrett Kurtz. I know somebody that's worked at both of those places too. You don't say. You don't say. Okay, just give me the just give me the initials, JD. Give me the initials. All right. There's an awakening happening. Thank you for bringing reality to our channel in the farmlands. Truth is happening. Went to a local study on Revelations. Oh, I know what you're meaning, Big JD. I didn't. Did both of them work there? Woo. Oh. Well, we've caught up with the chat. And that's usually when I say we're done. It takes long enough. It takes long enough. How long did that take? Wow. Hours. Yeah, he was given a hot shot. I mean, it's fucking obvious. How much you want to bet he's in Discovery? Just the son. The dad's a long haul trucker, which is also suspicious. BG. Yes, McCurdy. Ann Downham. Don't forget about Anna Downham. Whose lap was she sitting on? What judge? Yes, long haul truck. There's many serial killing long haul truckers. I mean, that's a thing that Blaine will end up achieving so much more than he ever could have dreamed of, despite ending up the way he did. Oh. I said, whose lap was Anna Downham sitting in? Which judge? And do you think that all of these people magically died? Do you think they magically died? I told you yesterday that we are dealing with domestic terrorists in Indiana. The killers, the cover-uppers, the troll farmers, domestic terrorists. Off for a couple hours of sleep, did a 12-hour shift yesterday and still going. This is just so captivating for the wrong reasons. I sacrificed sleep. Well, good night to you, and we'll be getting off of here too. But thanks to all of you. 3,000 subs. Yes. Hey, great news. We're almost 3,000 subs here at this channel. and 1,500 on the backup. So I'm really happy that the community is growing around this channel because people are listening. We have hit 3,000. So yes, tonight is our celebration for 3,000 subs tonight. Thank you so much. And over 1,500 on the backup channel. That, well, what is that total? That's 4,500. Some of who are doubles, but some of who are not. So I want to thank each and every one of you for subscribing. And if you're on the replay and haven't, please subscribe to both channels. And please also support the channels. This community's been growing. I'm doing all that I can to encourage and nurture a sustainable community, a nurturing community. And I did not intend to do what I've been doing, but here we are. This is what it turned out to be. And I just love it. And I love everyone who's come here to be a good part of this, to work together, to share with each other, support each other, and to just not allow the BS. Okay? So I'm so glad that this has worked in this way, because I want you guys to have the I guess I want the voices to be raised against this corruption from you guys. So I want to raise that noise. I want to be part of fostering an environment that that speaks powerfully in the face of this evil. And I think that's what we do. And so I just am so grateful to all of you for being here. And couldn't do it without you, especially with the discussions in the chat, the back and forth conversation. It makes this worthwhile. And it has made all of the heartache and pain worthwhile, because I do think we're getting truth out. We're making people feel safe to be able to speak their truth. And that was my goal, is to make a safe space. And I think it's getting there. I really do. And I'm so happy about that. I'm happy for it. Thank you, Libra Love. Hard work alert. Hard work. It's been a lot. The hardest work has been how difficult this case is, and how abusive and hateful the trolls are. And it's been a hard go. But here we are, where we are in the middle. We're in the middle of the Delphi murders case against Richard Allen. And I surmised a year or two ago that what this case would be about is bringing the facts to the surface, the truth coming to light for Abby and Libby. This court process being a process by which things will rise to the surface that will allow the solution to what happened to Libby and Abby. And I think that this is already happening. Just imagine. Think of what you know now that you didn't know 2 weeks ago. You know? Think about what you didn't know 2 months ago or 2 years ago. But really think about what you didn't know 2 weeks ago. Think about it. Think about what you're going to know 2 weeks from now that you don't know today. The truth is rising to the surface about the Delphi murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. And that's what we've always wanted and prayed for. And so here we are, and it will continue to rise to the surface. This is my Friday night, my time. I'm having literal chest pains after being over there in the backup. I don't think you were in the backup. There's no trolls in the backup. I think you were at someone else's channel. Just email me after the show. Yeah, I don't think you were in the backup. That wherever you were arguing with those trolls was not either one of my channels. Promise you. I don't know where you were having that conversation. All right, so there we are. Anyway, I want to thank you all for being here. Good vibes, like Shibby says. Thank you, Lead with Love. Thank you very much. All right. And I hope you and Truth Seeker and Noe and all you guys get to see each other and maybe get some nice photos. It's good to see you all. All right. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you very much. Anyway, if you're on the replay, please do me a favor and leave comments down below. Please, please, please leave a comment. The comments are so awesome as the days go by and the comments come into the comment sections. It's amazing because there's so much information and the comment sections have been a blessing. I often get comments that I read here on the shows because you guys are leaving such awesome comments. So thank you very much for the comments and please leave one. And also support the channel, leave a super chat, a PayPal, a Cash App, a Buy Me a Coffee, the merch shop, all the ways to support the channel. You know how to do it. A super thanks. Really appreciate you for supporting the channel and for being a part of our conversation about the Delphi murders and anything else we want to talk about, because we will be talking about more. But again, I just want to encourage you, please be optimistic, get your energy up for the next 2 weeks. It's going to be an amazing time. I promise you, your hearts are going to be so filled and relieved, and that's what everyone is needed. And so God bless you all, and get your spirits up. All right, so I want to say thank you for who's here on the way out here. We got Cromley, Amy, Deaf Otter, Adolf, Lisa, Truth Seeker, Rebecca Ann, Linda K. Johnson from New Zealand. Thank you very much, Ashley. Well, thank you, Ashley. Email me. We'll figure out where the trolls were, but I don't want that. So we'll figure that out. Thank you so much, Ashley. Okay, Brenda, Ashley, Sunflower Soul, aka Radar, Sweet Dude Shibby, Truth Seeker, Kiwi, Roger C. What's up, Roger? You stuck around the whole show. Thank you. All right. Lead with Love, David, Nikki. Thank you so much, Nikki. 3,000 subs. 3,000 subs here and 1,500 on the other, on the backup. So we're basically half the subs on the backup. And so subscribe to both if you haven't already. Giatti Truth. All right, Kelly. What's up, Kelly? Trying to get you all named here before I leave. All right, G Ray. Woman just doing the tip, or doing just the tip. That's a little. That's get out of here with that. All right, Ashley. I said Ashley. Nancy Drew 101. Nancy Drew. Tracy Fleetwood. Okay, Big J Dick. Aaron Town. There we go. Public Opinion. V. David Clayton. Digital. Mad World. Emily. I'm trying to see. My eyes are shot. It's late. Shay Watson. That's right. Shay Watson. And God bless your son, Shay Watson. We're going to pray for your son. Okay, we're going to pray for Joe Lewis. We're going to pray for Shay Watson's son who broke his neck. So please pray for them. All right, V, Mad World, Noe Amos, Purple Hearts, Shay Watson. I already said that. Who else we got here? I have Apophis. Tarnished Pearl. And we had the other gentleman from New Zealand. And we had our South African lady. And we had, wow, so many in here tonight. Chevy Killer was here. Missy Angels was here. Bill, Party, UV5 was here. Of course, Mr. Cromley's always here. Who else was here earlier that I missed? Steve's Stubbs. All right. God bless you all. God bless you all. Kelly, Joe, Shay 7. Okay. Anyway, I went pretty far back and I saw all those names. And Mosaic Mind. Yeah. There we go. Got another one or two. Lucia G was, yeah. See, I keep remembering. The more I see, the more I remember. All right. And we had Rebby Lee early on. Rebby Lee, thank you for the super chat. And Roger C, thank you for the super chat. Steve's, Ashley, of course. Lee with Love, Mad World. Thank you guys for the support, the super chats, the comments, the likes, and the being here and the discussion. Really appreciate that. Oh, who came in here? Look at Ben Pat, last minute. Thanks for coming so I could call you out. Thanks for being here, Ben Pat. All right. Prayers for your son, Shay. Yeah. Robin Topham, look at you. Robin Topham. It's true, Prof. The world is why it is. It is. It's not a joke. I'm not joking here. All right. Ben Pat. Goodness gracious, that's a different kind of breed. Yeah, they're meth heads. Meth heads and dark web chomophiles. That's what they are. Welcome to the internet, Ashley. It's the Delphi Murders troll farm that you have contacted. Careful, they got diseases. All right. All right. Texas Lady, look at you. Okay, thank you for coming in. I appreciate your channel. I appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Brenda Kress, hoping freedom for a wrongly accused man. Well, I know this. Remember, we've just seen the entire prosecution lay out its entire case. Are any of you thinking they even had enough to arrest him, period? Much less charge and convict for double homicide. Thanks for becoming a new member, Deaf Otter. Thank you very much. Thanks for becoming a member. And look, all the super chats and the buy me a coffees and the cash apps, all the support, I do appreciate it. I say it repeatedly because I mean it. Probable not cause. Yeah, that's what I'm asking you guys. You've just seen the entire prosecution's case. Just imagine this. Imagine before these so-called alleged confessions. Okay, remember the alleged confessions? Okay, imagine this. Take that out of it. Remove the confessions and think about what they had before he went in a complete psychotic breakdown and was threatened into confessing. What did they have? A bullet that they can't even adequately match? Is that it? I can't even remember now what else they said they had. That's it? A bullet with a couple scratches that they can't even properly forensically match to the gun? Okay, they had that. A bullet which is not fired, but must be fired to match to the gun. I can only think of one way that's possible. Okay, so they had a bullet. Nothing else. Absolutely nothing else. So somehow confessions were compelled or coerced or forced or threatened. Then they got Google searches. That's what they had on this man. You would have to say he's innocent. You would have to say he's innocent. You would have to. I'm sorry, but I mean, I wish I could say that. I mean, I assumed this entire time they would have more. I assumed the entire time they would have more. But now, what they did to fatten the case up, they added the confessions. And they added Google searches. And they got Sarah Carbo to try to imply that it's him. What else? Of course, all of law enforcement would say he's the guy. Remember this? Yesterday, Brian Harshman. This is what else they did. They had Brian Harshman to say, I've listened to 700 phone calls. When I hear down the hill, it's that guy. It's him. It's his voice. Really? Really? That's called an opinion. How was that even allowed? Can anyone make me understand how that opinion was allowed out of his mouth? As if it's evidence for the jury? That's astonishing to me. So now the fact that one of the crooked cops, one of the trolls who's trying to railroad Richard Allen, who they had zero evidence for, we're allowing him to give his opinion that he thinks the voice of Richard Allen sounds like the AI voice of Richard Allen. I mean, a bridge guy. Reminds me of something I wanted to do. See, I always know. See, there's always something I forget because I'm so damn busy. From my community page, I wanted to show you or read for you this little excerpt. Kelsey played a key role in creating the famous audio and video recordings of the suspect, which were released by police in hopes of identifying him. She was able to recall her sister's description of the man and helped to recreate his voice and gait in the audio and video recordings. Wow. Well, that hits a bit different now that we know that those audio and video were interpolated, right? Doesn't that hit a little different? However, Kelsey German did play a crucial role in helping to create the sketches and digital reconstructions of the suspect, which were based on Liberty's description and video footage. Oh, that she worked closely with police and forensic artists to provide information on the suspect's height, weight, clothing, and mannerisms based on what her sister had told her about the man she had seen on the trail. Well, that hits a bit different now that we know that it's all make-believe. In addition, Kelsey helped to create the audio recording of the suspect's voice that was released by the police in hopes of identifying him. She recalled her sister's description of the man's voice and manner of speaking, and worked with an FBI linguistics expert to create a digital reconstruction of the suspect's voice, which was then used to generate the audio recording. Based on the information available, it is my understanding that the audio recording of the suspect's voice that was released by the police is a digital reconstruction created using advanced technology. Are you getting it? This is ChatGPT. It's on my community page. Listen. This is not a joke. On March 24th, 2023, I questioned ChatGPT. It's here on the community page. See? Kelsey played a key role in creating the audio and video recordings of the suspect. It's there for you. ChatGPT knew this. Based on what her sister had told her, Kelsey helped create the audio recording. See? The audio recording is a digital reconstruction. Kelsey also created the sketches. See down at the bottom there? Play a crucial role in helping to create the sketches and digital reconstruction of the suspect, which were based on Liberty's description and video footage. Then we have this. Kelsey saying, that's her saying it. Created from a new technology. Do we understand now? How about this one? Were there any witnesses who saw BG? Megyn Kelly asks Doug Carter. Doug Carter says, no, there were not. No, they were not. Were there any witnesses who saw BG? No, they were not. That's Delphi Weird Shit part number 58 on my community page. Is it making sense to you what I'm saying and why I'm a little astonished by this? That's why I'm taking the time to do it now. I was ending the show, but I just remembered. Delphi Weird Shit, part 58. I did that in March of 2023. So basically, did Kelsey create our boogeyman? I mean, where was ChatGPT getting this from? Did she create the Bridge Guy video, the Bridge Guy audio, the sketches, and her hair is in the hand? I'm glad I didn't forget to show that, because I meant to show it. And there we did it. We did it. Delphi weird shit. Here you go. Delphi weird shit number 28. No, number 58. I'm tired. Delphi weird shit number 58. Here on the community page on my main channel. All right. That's what that was. So anyway, all right. Lies everywhere. Like I said, you have to forget everything you've ever been told. You have to forget it. You have to. All right, so that's it. That's it, y'all. I'm out of here. Good night to everyone. God bless you all. You know I love my crew. Good job, bro. Good job. Yeah, that's my K West. Giving my thumbs up to the K West. All right, so we'll see you guys later. Yeah, go check out 57 and 58. I think it's 57 and 58 are my Chat GPT experiments. Okay. Yeah, it's 57. Delphi weird shit, 57 and 58. You should find very interesting. Okay. All right. Good night, Lisa and everyone. Yeah, so we'll see y'all all. Good night, Commentator Root. You're coming in late, but hit that replay if you want. All right. Good night, everyone. It's late. It's late. Much love to you. Okay. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, we got this. We got this. I bet you if you ask Chat GPT again, he ain't going to tell you. Sometimes you get a one-hit wonder, and then the Chat GPT figures out what you're asking. Yeah, so we'll check you guys out later. Oh, by the way, someone asked if I'm going to be on tomorrow. I'm not doing a show, but I'm supposed to do Silky. Okay, so I should be on with Silky this weekend. So look out for Silky's channel. I'm going to do a Silky channel. Silky live, okay? Me and Silky going to talk. So we'll see you guys later. God bless. Love you, kids. Love your wife. Hide your kids. If you're in Delphi, hide your kids. Hide your wife. We out of here.
you.